Moving on, we need to review and approve the minutes of the last meeting from January 8th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. And minutes approved. And Jan, do you want to proceed with election of officers?
So it is in statute that at the April meeting, you will elect officers for the board, the president, vice president, and secretary treasurer. And so that's why it is on the agenda. And I'm thinking they just mean, maybe if they don't want to change anything, just need to make a motion to keep everything the same.
Yeah, there's nothing as far as the process, so that's something that you all would set. So you could certainly, I mean, if you want to put a motion for a slate of officers, you can proceed that way.
Is it necessary to wait for Dr. Beaver to be here?
No, I mean, you have a quorum and you can act. I mean, you certainly can, postpone until he's here and we can address something else.
You can make him president.
Well, yeah, and I guess that's, I mean, if the officers don't change, then no issue, but if they do, you might specify, for the purposes of the chair, that they take effect after today's meeting. So that, unless, you don't want to run the meeting and someone else is going to do it for you.
I have no issues moving on, only because I don't think we'll be changing things up too much. So, does Jan have to do this individually or no? Okay. So would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll move that we keep our same officer slate as before with Don Bircher as president, Sheena Nagaraj as vice president, Gary Beaver as secretary treasurer.
I'll second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. And motion passes. Do we have Dr. Triggs available?
No, because this was something that Dr. Beaver has already approved.
And that's okay. I'll probably skip that until he's here.
Okay.
So he can review that.
Okay.
And let's go ahead and move along to reciprocities. How about Dr. Dightmore?
He is in person.
Excellent. All right. So, Dr. Dightmore, do you want to come up and just tell us a little about yourself?
Hello. Good morning. Dr. Dittemore. I've been practicing for a little over 30 years. In the last 18 years, I've been at the VA at Roseburg. Prior to that, I was in private practice here in Kansas. And I apologize for my attire. My plane got rerouted, and I wound up in Kansas City, and my luggage wound up in Wichita. So I'm sorry for that. But at any rate, my wife is also an optometrist, and we are potentially thinking about moving back to Kansas. And a reason for my visit, which is kind of unexpected, I was going to do this on the WebEx, but I got a message from my brother that my mom, who's 97 years old now, is not doing, she's doing great mentally, but physically she's not doing so well. So that's the reason for the trip, part of the reason for the trip down here. And I thought, well, since I'm here and I'm in Kansas City, I might as well be here in person. The only thing that I wanted to bring to the attention of the board is, and at the VA, we do what are called OPPEs, which are ongoing professional peer evaluations. And we do these every 6 months. And for the last 18 years, I've had nothing but outstanding or exceptional on all my OPPEs. In the most recent OPPE, I got a ding, what they call a trigger. And the trigger, what that does is it causes what they call triggers a focused clinical care review. And this focused clinical care review is where they do reviews of charts and And during this focused clinical review, unfortunately, well, I don't know if it's unfortunate, but my renewal for my Oregon license came due at the same time. And I did not know, because I've never had any derogatory OPPEs ever. For my renewal of my license in Oregon, I called up Shelley, and I asked her, I said, Shelley, I said, you know, I'm in this focused clinical care review. I said, I'm not sure how to answer this question with regard to, you know, any investigation or whatever. And she said, well, Dr. Dittemore, she said, just go ahead and put yes for now, and we'll just move forward with that. And I said, okay. I said, that's fine. And it turns out that I actually, what I kind of find out later is that since this is like just an internal review within the clinic, that I didn't really need to say anything. But if for some reason this were to come up, I certainly want to make sure that you're aware of it. But at any rate, I've not had any disciplinary actions or any other derogatory marks against my licensure in Oregon or Washington or actually anywhere else, and none at all. So, but anyway, that's our hope is that I knew at some point we would want to move back to Kansas, because that's where I grew up. I grew up in northeast Kansas, farming. And so we're potentially looking at moving back to Kansas. And I've talked with, I'm in communication right now with Dr. Kuhl, and I'm looking at potentially a practice in Hutchinson. I also got a call from Dr. Sabatez, and Dr. Sabatez is very interested in having me come and meet with him and show me his clinic, and he's actually wanting me to potentially work with his ophthalmology residents. Because while I was at the VA in Roseburg, we started an internship program, and we've had student interns that could rotate through the VA on every 3 months, and we've had that for the last 18 years that I've been there. And it's a wonderful program. It's been actually probably one of the highlights of my practice, because I have the opportunity to work with some really outstanding students, and a number of them have gone on to have very successful practices. So that's very rewarding to me. But so anyway, those are the possibilities that I'm looking at here in Kansas, is with Dr. Sabatez and Dr. Kuhl. I also talked with Dr. Klutz, and I will probably meet with him potentially on Friday and talk some more with him about the possibility of working in practice here. So.
Quick question, are your only current licenses through Oregon and Washington?
Yes.
And do either of those states have scope of optometry that include lasers, lumps and dumps, injections?
Injections, yes. Laser, no.
And you are aware that Kansas does not allow injections at this time?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the trigger? Was it more procedural?
The trigger was, well, it's kind of complicated, but I'll do my best. Mm-hmm. So they have grading criteria for these OPPEs, and evidently the grading criteria had changed. So the new format for the grading criteria is if you see somebody, for example, who has macular degeneration, not only are you supposed to document what you see, but you're also now supposed to document what's not there, which I was not trained that way. You know, sure. When I look at a macula, I say, well, there's drusen here, or there's geographic atrophy, or macular edema, or whatever. And so I record what I see. But evidently, we are supposed to record the absence of geographic atrophy, or hemorrhage, or swelling of the macula. If it's not present, we're supposed to have these little negatives that are associated with it. So, so really, it's a documentation thing that
More procedural than
yes.
clinical. Okay. Any other questions for Dr. Dittemore? Tell me about your wife. Will she be practicing when she returns to Kansas?
She would like to, yes.
And is she?
She has not applied yet for, because like I said, we're kind of in deciding how we want to proceed with this and, you know, whether or not we want, I don't know. I mean, where we live in Roseburg, it's a wonderful town. It's a small town, small community. But again, at some point we will move back here. And so I went ahead with the process of getting my license renewed. And once we get here, she'll probably follow suit. So.
Any other questions? Would anybody like to make a motion?
I move that we accept the reciprocity for Dr. Ditmore.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 And motion passes. Welcome back to Kansas eventually.
Right. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming.
I'm glad I could be here. So, thank you.
Thanks. And then is Dr. Lindquist available?
I'm here online.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can, thank you. Let me just get you loaded up here. And so, Dr. Lindquist, can you tell us about your pursuit of a Kansas license?
Basically, I currently work with Defense Health Agency. Okay. And really the pursuit of Kansas license is more contingency planning in the effect DHA decides to start cutting professions. You know, this is strictly only for contingency only.
And then is Nebraska the only other state you have a license in?
Yes.
And tell me with Nebraska, what other, with the scope of optometry, do you have injections, lumps and bumps?
Nebraska does not have lumps and bumps or injections. And plus, like say, working with DHA, with the federal government, basically, we're not even allowed to do lumps and bumps or injections or anything like that.
How about YAGs?
Negative.
Oh. And you already currently reside in the state of Kansas, correct?
I do. I work at Fort Leavenworth. I live in Tonganoxie. Basically, the pursuit of the license is like, say, like I was saying before, in the event DHA decides to cut optometrists, hopefully they don't. Basically, I don't want to have to sell my house and move back to Nebraska and basically start all over at 57.
Any other questions for Dr. Lindquist? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept Dr. Lindquist's application for reciprocity.
And do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Lindquist.
Thank you.
One other person is online, and that is Callie McAtee. So I don't know if you want to introduce her.
Gotcha. I was going to wait until Gary arrived, so. All right, Dr. Lindquist, you do not have to stay with us if you don't choose to, so thank you.
So Neodesha, you know where Neodesha is? Okay, so little bitty town. So you
All right, moving along to report of the president. Last week, 2 weeks ago, Gary and Jan and I spent a significant time period interviewing employees for Jan's replacement. And with us today online is Callie McAtee. Did I say it correctly?
Yes, you did. Hello.
Hi, Callie. I thought, I hate to put you on the spot, but maybe you could introduce yourself, tell us what you've been doing in your former role, and we'll go from there.
Thank you guys for having me today. My name's Callie McAtee, and I have been the coordinator of continuing medical education for the Oklahoma College of Optometry for the last 12 years. And I am very excited and blessed to be stepping into this role. And I know that I have big shoes to fill, that Jan has done a great job up to this point. So I'm excited to learn from her.
Well, we welcome you. We really are excited about your previous knowledge about continuing education, and that's one stepping stone that we don't have to reach. And I think we have a lot of logistical things to approach, but it seems like you're ready to take those on head on as well. So
Yep, I am definitely.
welcome.
Thank you.
All right, moving forward, I am going to request an executive session in order to get in order to discuss some trade name issues and to get attorney-client privilege questions answered. That will start at 9:26, and we'll go for 15 minutes. All right, we will return at 9:41. Returning from executive session, it is 9:41. I would like to make a motion to go back into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss trade name concerns under attorney-client privileges. Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. We will return at 10:02. All right, it is 10:02, and we are coming back into session. So the only other topic I'd like to discuss, which I'd like Dr. Nagaraja to be available for, we need to make a decision today on how we want to proceed with the testing in July. I was hoping by now we would have had a lot more examples of the National Board Part 3 test coming our way. And there has been some big failures of the National Board Part 3. And so just before we start getting into that, does anyone have a hard vote, one way or the other, if we should be giving a clinical practical for the exam? Let's hear it.
My opinion is that that this board does not have the same degree of qualification when it comes to testing clinical abilities as the national board. So the idea that someone would pass the national board Part 3 clinical examination, and then we administer an additional clinical examination, and that they don't pass, I think that the qualifications of the people who wrote that exam in terms of psychometrics, those are professionals in their field. We're not professionals in psychometrics. So my personal opinion is that this board shouldn't do a clinical examination in addition to the Part 3 if we're using Part 3 as a basis of determining eligibility for licensure. I think it's redundant.
Question to follow up. I agree with what you're saying, but what will you do with the person that graduated a year ago and has done a residency the past year and was not required to take Part 3?
They would not be eligible to apply for a Kansas license.
Okay, so they couldn't come and they weren't required Part 3 at their time that they graduated.
Even the previous iteration of Part 3, which that person would have passed, am I following you?
I guess what I'm saying is you're talking about the new clinical standards and things that are being put in place that have just happened.
Yeah, I think the fact that there is a new clinical standard, it gives us an opportunity to talk about it. But, I mean, if you're asking for a personal opinion, that's where I stand.
I'm only asking for those that are caught in between the new version that's out there versus the old version. That's what I'm talking about.
My opinion, even with the old version, would have been the same.
Okay.
I do want to make a statement towards your, the redundancy. So the people that fail Kansas boards but pass national boards, the percentage is less than a half. So it is very, very rare that we are failing people for a Kansas license that have passed national boards.
It's not zero.
Correct. It's not zero, but it is less than 0.5%. So.
And if it's so small, then what's the point?
Any other feedback? Dr. Nagaraja, you missed the beginning, but I don't know if you have any input since you've actually visited the site.
I agree. I agree with everything that he just said. Honestly, it's a very thorough exam. They cover a breadth and depth of knowledge. It's very, very clinically based. I think initially when Kansas had our clinical exam, the Part 3 exam at that time wasn't quite as much about clinical decision making, and the new board exam for sure covers that very, very well. And it's, I mean, I don't think it would retroactively affect people who took prior exam, who are in practice.
So I'm going to throw everyone for a loophole And if we want to ask more questions, we will have a member of the NBEO committee arriving later for our board training. They have already had a large cheating scandal under the new Part 3 system, which we were guaranteed was almost impossible to happen. And it has already happened. So I want to leave that on the table before we make.
Two other questions I have. There is a part in our statute that says we have to administer some type of test, I thought. So is the law test by itself going to comply with that? And then the next question is, wasn't there an issue in which some states potentially decided to leave NBO and grant a Canadian organization for passing the tests and some things? I mean, if we do this, I want us to define what we consider a qualified practical test and who can administer that.
So I'm not sure with the Canadian boards. I am not sure if that is a state question or an ARBO question. So I think Canada was requesting that ARBO consider the Canadian Part 3 boards the same as NBEO Part 3 boards, and there is a large discrepancy there. So at this time, that they are not moving forward with that, but that is the question that's up in the air. We also have the ability to still give the written exam and not the clinical portion, which I think would qualify for the state exam.
Yeah, the statute's very general. Your obligation is simply to administer an exam. And what that exam is, I think, is reserved to your discretion. And then the question about, the Canadian body, I think that was Kentucky. That was evaluating that, and I'm not sure I ever heard a resolution of whether or not they approved the rule that would allow the Canadian exam to, substitute for NBEO. One other comment, because I think it's pertinent, and this would be the concern I think that's been expressed in the past, is that under House Bill 2066, codified at KSA 48-3406, if you have a military member, military spouse, someone who resides in Kansas or intends to reside in Kansas, then we apply a different rule that eliminates the substantial equivalency question, substantial equivalency between the licensing requirements from different jurisdictions.
Can you say that again?
It eliminates the substantial equivalency.
No, the part before that.
What part might that be?
You're saying House Bill 2066 eliminates
the substantial equivalency question. So when you receive a reciprocity application, one of the questions is, are the qualifications for state A's licensure substantially equivalent to those of Kansas? And if so, then you can license someone through reciprocity without the examination. House Bill 2066 changed that question. And so you can no longer look at substantial equivalency. You look at the criteria in that bill and statute to determine if you're required to provide them licensure. So the first question is, do they qualify under your reciprocity statute? And so that would involve a substantial equivalency question. If they don't qualify, so you would say state A is not substantially equivalent to Kansas, and as a result, we're not going to provide you a license by reciprocity. You can sit for the exam. House Bill 2066 then requires you to look at a different set of criteria if they don't qualify. And if they meet that criteria, which includes 1 year of previous practice in a different state, can't look at substantial equivalency. You can look at their background to determine if they've been disciplined, do they have anything in their criminal history. But if there isn't a flag along those lines, then House Bill 2066 requires you to give them a license. your only recourse, and this is general, there's maybe more nuance, but your only recourse is you can require them to test any area where Kansas law may be different than the law of state A. And we've historically, Jan, we viewed that as the law exam for reciprocities. We've never, dove into the minute distinctions between states to determine what you can and cannot test them on, but it drastically alters the the reciprocity question.
We've had one reciprocity that came in, I think, from Massachusetts that did not have his glaucoma. And so the board did make him sit and take the actual exam for that reason. He just flat out had never gotten his glaucoma certification in, I think, Mass. And so the board made him come in and take the whole full-blown exam. And that's the first one in 14 years.
So I want to make sure I'm making the correct conclusion is that we're giving up some of our board decision-making if we do not have the clinical test. It's our only option if we want to look at substantial. I guess, am I making the right conclusion that we're losing our ability to in the decision process?
I don't think with respect to, well, the reciprocity question doesn't influence the construction of your exam. I more mentioned that to clarify that, the distinction between other states' requirements, and you could end up licensing someone by reciprocity. If another state would say, this Canadian exam is sufficient, and then they practice for 1 year and they have a clean history, you may not have a choice. You may be required by law to license them. I don't know that it impacts, maybe I'm not seeing it, but I don't know that it impacts whether or not you require the clinical exam. More of a reciprocity question.
Well, and when you say giving up, I don't think you're giving up. You're just saying this year we're accepting this in lieu of that. So you could always go back to administering it if you felt the need.
True.
Whether it's even your cheating scandal issue and you're worried about, okay, did people apply, get sucked up in that? So we've chosen to give our own test or this and that. I mean, you could always flip-flop. Sure.
So Jan, do you have just a rough estimate on how many transcripts you've received or applications?
Okay, so I have one application, MBO Part 3, the old Part 3, that I just received back, I think, December or whenever. So I've had his application for a while. I have another one that is in the process of applying because she sent it to me. She wasn't sure because it was worded funky on her results that she failed part of it, but she passed part, and so she had an overall pass. And so MBO said that whatever the percentage that she passed outweighed the percentage that she didn't pass, so she had an overall pass rate. That's the one that I wanted to kind of bring up. Can I bring her up now? She sent me an email yesterday. She had a baby her 4th year, and so she missed part of her clinical, and so she is trying to make up for that, and she won't have, I think, 10 weeks of clinical that she's missing that she has to make up. She doesn't think she'll get that done until July 10th, and so can she sit for the exam with that, or do I need to tell her that she needs to bust her butt to get all of her stuff done so she gets her, diploma?
Well, this is part of the problem with having a clinical examination,
Well,
is that it can
or
only be administered,
or only having it
logistically
once a year.
once a year.
Yep.
I think it's okay to look at the components of our examination and look at that one and say, okay, we're a board with limited resources. We're doing the absolute best we can. This is an expensive test to administer. It's turning up virtually nobody. And are we really going to go to that expense and that inconvenience to all of us and to all of the people who are sitting for the exam to turn up basically no one? and make it so that no one can get a license throughout the year because it's not time for the clinical. I mean, I'm really having a hard time seeing the pro side. If we're actually looking at this, I don't know what good it's doing. And I have a list of things that harm that it's doing.
And I think to Jan's point, though, technically this is not the issue with her as much as she is not eligible to apply.
Correct, because unless we get something from the school that says that she will graduate, whatever, but then MBO also will not release scores until they receive confirmation from the school that she has graduated.
Right. So I think that is a totally different case, and she may have to go through an appeal process. I'm not comfortable just saying, yes, she's fine.
No, she can't sit. I mean, I don't think that she could sit. But that's the issue, is then she can't sit until next year because of the clinical examination.
Right. She doesn't really want to have to wait a whole nother year to take the exam. And if you're going to do away with the clinical and just do written and the law, then why not, like, once a month, give the law and the written, and then you guys have a meeting, like a team's meeting in the evening after the scores are in, and you can decide who passes, who fails, and, you know, and it's, because the statute only says that you need to hold the exam once a year in Topeka. It doesn't say when, it doesn't say what you have to exam. And so if we have the exam over here, like in the Capitol, like on whatever, that Callie, because I'm not going to be around, comes over, you know, people sign up for it. She gives the exam because the exam's in Topeka, and then you guys decide, like have a team's meeting a couple days later, decide who passes, who doesn't, and be done with it. Do it that way.
And I think let's table that decision, because I think we're making one decision and making too many leaps. Because suddenly we get into, oh, there's just too many exceptions where I didn't pass, but I passed all the different parts of boards, but not at the same time. You know, it opens this door. So I think today, would you agree, we're all in agreement that we will not be giving a clinical, do I need to make a motion on this?
Because we have the patient portion?
Right, I was going to make that statement.
Okay, go ahead.
But do I need to make a motion?
It's probably best with the motion. You know, one thing I might say, if you're going to change something, you might give some thought to opening it up for public comment from your licensees, KOA, you know, whomever. It would seem to be a big change that you may want to solicit some public comment before you decide to act.
Our only concern is it's too late. Yeah, I mean, we need to be able to prepare for the test tomorrow if we're giving a clinical.
Okay.
Is our challenge. So I am going to make a motion that during the 2025 application process for a Kansas State optometric license, that we administer a written state test, a written clinical test, and we are not administering a clinical didactic test.
What about an interview?
And we would remain doing interviews. Do I have a second?
The second day stuff?
Yes. Yeah.
So really, you're just saying we're just going to not do?
The clinical portion. So we would still, my motion is to keep the state written test and the clinical written test, but not to bring patients in and examine the patients. In lieu of, since we have Part 3 national boards available, which has been totally revamped to address these concerns we've had in the past. And that is probably my challenge with opening it to the public, is they have no awareness of MBO standards, how it's been changed.
Yeah, sure, I understand that. I just think it's a big substantive change, and,
Yeah.
you know, part of what you put out, and I don't see why you couldn't exclude if that's the will of the board this year. But it may make sense to solicit that feedback, because it is a big change from however many years in the past, and at least you could, you know, for whatever it's worth, maybe you'll find no merit to it, but you could put it in the logic funnel and influence your decisions in the future.
In 2020, during the COVID, we just had the Friday. They did the exam in the morning, interviews in the afternoon, and then you guys discussed who was going to pass, and then you guys were done Friday afternoon, which was really weird to be done Friday, on a Friday. But it was kind of nice having Saturday, not having to come back over.
So it's been done before, not having the clinical examination?
Right, it was
Did that
done in-
go okay?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
It did. They had, and I can give you the old exam, email it to you, but they had pictures of stuff, exhibits, and it's, and I can give you a copy of the old exam that had that, because they just had, I had a little folder with pictures of eyeballs and gross pictures, and then they answered questions about these pictures and went on with it.
Was there a lot of concern at that time from the profession, people in the profession, that there wasn't a clinical exam? I mean, from our licensees, was there a lot of concern from our licensees that there wasn't a clinical exam that year?
I really don't think so. I don't know. I
Remember
don't
any of
recall.
I
Yes,
feel like with
because
COVID, that we knew that change happened, honestly.
I honestly
People won't know
think
that this happened either.
we should have been more concerned because those kids had less clinical exposure. So you think our awareness would have been?
I think,
So, Tim, do you think that we could potentially make this change for this year, but still, like, have public comment to consider for future?
Sure, yeah. No, there's no legal requirement that you solicit public comment. I think it's always a good idea. When you're looking at, a medium to major change, that you solicit public comment, but no, there's no requirement to do that.
the only thing I think we kind of want to note, and this, we know this, but like you said, because there's others out there that may not, we're doing this to test at a higher standard because the new version of Part 3 is testing at a higher standard than we would have previously been doing with our own local testing. So we're not doing it less.
No, the
We're
national
actually
standards
accomplishing
have
more. Yes.
Our standards used to be above the national standards. Now the national standards have surpassed what we have traditionally done in terms of their ability to use professionals in psychometrics and testing.
Right.
That exceeds I think the standard that we set a long time ago that we still follow.
And that's the purpose for our looking at a change now. That's just what I wanted to kind
And I
of
think we can
noted.
commend the NBEO for making it a better test.
Would anyone like information on what other states are still giving an in-house state clinical test? I think it's less than 5.
I think we did a survey a few years ago. I think North Carolina was the only one that was still doing an exam. Of everybody else, it was either just a law exam or they were just taking MBO.
How about Florida? They used
You have
to.
to retake boards, I think.
Most of them were,
Their own test, they have to retake all the boards.
there have been states that have done away with their law exam.
So I'm going to restate the motion that's on the table, which is I make a motion for only the 2025 Kansas State Board of Exams in July for optometry, that a state test it is administered, a written clinical test is administered, and we forego a clinical didactic test. And we will remain to do interviews.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. I think we will follow up with a brief summary of the changes, which we will submit for public hearing. So I can kind of prepare a small paragraph on this is why we made this decision, open it to the public, and then that will make us feel better.
So, Tim, when we do that, like public hearings, that would need to get published in the Kansas Register?
No, not necessarily. I mean, you're not, going through the regulation process. You could. I mean, you could put it out there if you wanted to. However many channels to solicit. I mean, obviously we know the KOA should receive notice. Any other interest groups like that, you may want to actually solicit comment from. But
Okay, I could send it to the email group that gets the newsletter.
And so to follow up on that note, there was a discussion that the state law exam needs to be reviewed and questions changed. And Sheena had volunteered to do that. One, would you like other doctors to submit questions for review for the state exam? And two, I just want to be sure that we're on the same page moving forward with that.
I think if people wanted to submit some questions, that would be great. And I'll make sure to review them as well.
So let's plan on Dr. Nagaraja receiving questions about the law exam. I would say 5 each by May 1st. Is that adequate? And then I'll let you decide if you want to break that up into statutes or regulations, so we're not all out sending you the same question.
Okay.
Examples on the board member website from previous law exams?
You probably have the law exam on the website. So.
Yeah, it's on the board members.
There are some really bad questions on that test, according to MBEO. My final topic I want to touch on, I just wanted to do a quick RSVP for ARBO. So anyone reserving and planning on going? Excellent. So looks like we'll all be there. Callie, I know this is really late notice for you, but you are welcome to join us. It is a great meeting to really get your feet wet when it comes to learning what a regulatory board does.
Perfect. We usually all just fly individually. We don't necessarily all go together. Oh.
So this year, Arbo is having something on Saturday afternoon with their attorney. If you want to attend that, then you could come in on Friday. Most of the time, this is the first time that they've ever done that. Most of the time, everybody flew in on Saturday and left on Tuesday.
I would tell you that most people are attending these meetings for this attorney. Just because he is so, he's entertaining, he has a lot of knowledge to share, he has a lot of previous cases to share, and he will really change your thinking when it comes to being on a regulatory board.
He starts at 1 on Saturday, is that right?
Yeah, so I will.
Saturday morning?
Was Seth going to? No? Okay, so it's you four and hopefully Callie?
And I have made no reservations.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll get on it.
Reservation. So, and then depart Tuesday, you said Tuesday afternoon?
Tuesday, whenever you get flights out. People are leaving Tuesday. Tuesday is kind of a,
I think they just go a half day Tuesday.
yeah, it's a half a day Tuesday, and it's whenever you get your flight out. I think
Yeah, people
I've been
trickle
going
out.
10, 15 years. I think I've stayed the entire time one time on Tuesday.
But you'll go, even when you leave early, you'll go to some on Tuesday and then fly out
Yeah.
later in the day?
Yeah, and you'll see people bringing their luggage down to the meeting.
So maybe fly out Tuesday afternoon?
Yeah, it's whenever you can get flights, but I'll need to know. I will register everybody for the meeting. I'll just need to know if you plan on attending the thing on Saturday afternoon.
And that wraps up my report.
Real quick, did we determine who's writing the clinical written test?
So technically, in our new definitions of positions, that is you, and I assume you would just pull from our bank.
Okay, so.
If you would like
just
more
wanted to make
questions,
sure.
maybe just let us know. We can.
Okay.
Those questions are, I'm getting looks from Dr. Beaver. They're easy to write. And I don't think they need to be glorious, cases with pictures. And I think a very simple question about PRISM is often the most missed. So.
I would love clinical questions. If people want to send clinical questions, I'd actually almost love more clinical questions than, I mean, I'll take both, but our clinical questions could use some new stuff too.
So we'll say, Sheena, Dr. Nagaraja is requesting, but also demanding 3 questions each clinical. All right, let's move on to the report of the Vice President.
All right, I'll just say I started working on something with Tim. I have not followed up on it, so I don't have anything to report on that yet today, but I am working to review some regulations that we were wanting to tighten up. So I started a discussion with Tim right after our last meeting, and I apologize that that did not get completed, but I will continue to work on that.
Before we move on, does anyone need to take a break? I'm ready to plow through. Yep. All right. Dr. Beaver, report from the Secretary Treasurer.
Basically, we had discussed whether we're going to allow acceptance of hours or not for the DEA required training. AOA, following up with them, they're trying to develop their own, but they have not. And it's a matter of, it wouldn't be using somebody else's, it would be doing theirs from scratch. So is it going to be more clinically relevant to us or not? If they do have it, will they ever actually get it done? Those are all questions in the air. A few of us have taken it. Our concern was it's 8 hours and there's not a lot of it that applied directly to our profession. So that's why we had some concern about allowing that. I don't see anything that has changed position-wise, stance-wise, or whatever else since we were seen last. It's a matter of, we'd like to encourage RODs to be DEA registered because it's optional, but yet 8 hours credit is a lot for one. So my position one way or another really hasn't changed. I would be fine giving partial credit, but not 8 hours if the group so felt that that was needed.
And according to that spreadsheet, it looks like states have done all kinds of different things with them. Some
They
have
have.
accepted all A's, some accepted partial, and some are not accepting it.
Yeah.
I mean, when you compare this to some of the online, COPE-approved credit, I mean, you feel like it's, I mean, when you look at like the review of optometry courses, for example, that, if it's an hour, it probably doesn't take you an hour. If it's 3 hours, it probably doesn't take you 3 hours. I mean, I think that's true, but because of the engagement of the content, that it has that value. Do you not feel the DEA has that same value, or do we?
I feel having our licensees being registered with the DEA has value overall, and I would like to encourage that. If you think it would encourage it to give them some credit for it, that's one thing.
So we just need to decide how much credit.
Yeah.
And once it is in the OE tracker, I can't tell what it is. I can't tell if it's DEA. Because once it gets in there, it's there.
It doesn't tell you the name, it doesn't say
It
opioids.
does, but, there are different names for it. It's not just one,
Yeah,
There are
each
some that it
category
shows it.
has a name.
Yeah, and some show it like a total of 8 hours total, and then some break it down by hour. And so it's kind of difficult once it gets an OE tracker for me to tell the difference between what's DEA and what's not.
Does it go to OE tracker automatically?
No, they have to submit it.
Got it. Okay.
Well, I think it's something where we make a decision, we say what is allowable, and optometrists should know that when they're submitting their CE, and if something, they get audited, then we'll find out if that happens. I think that goes with a lot of stuff on OE tracker and CE, right?
Yeah, but again, OE tracker, I don't think it lists, to run the report itself, it lists the name, the instructor, where it was, maybe the company, and that's it. It does not say this is a DEA course.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, in the end, the optometrists themselves should be making sure they're getting the right type of CE, right?
Is it COPE approved?
This is a new requirement from DEA.
It's not COPE.
And DEA licenses are not due annually. And so we have doctors that won't be required to take it for 3 to 4 years. I am very comfortable saying that we are not going to accept credit until it has gone through a COPE approval, mostly because of the administrative discrepancies Jan would have within the system. I mean, that's 750 applications that she would have to sort through.
And I'm good with that. And it's like, it would be like trying to say, this is what got submitted line by line to Arbo, and you're trying to figure out, well, is that part of that DEA stuff? So it
All or
would be a
nothing.
nightmare there. That's true.
And realize we have other affiliations here in Kansas that can also offer their own testing, get it approved by DEA, but also submit it for approval through Dr. Beaver eventually. So there's a lot of things on the table where I don't think we need to rush into this decision, and I think it's completely reasonable to say we're not going to allow credit until it's COPE approved.
We put out a notice a while back saying anything beyond this point in time would not be accessible for credit.
And I received 2 emails in the last 2 days from somebody that's wanting to know if it will be accepted. It's like, well, the board's meeting tomorrow, I will let you know.
So do we need to vote?
I don't, do we need to vote on that, or is just the guidance is no, it's not acceptable?
So far, we've already said it after a certain date, that it's not being accepted. So we could vote on it if we decide to change that later, but we really don't have anything we have to change right now.
And we're all kind of in agreement. For one thing, it has to be all or nothing because of the administrative discrepancy there.
The only thing that we said at this date and beyond was because there had been some previously that had gotten some credit for it, because at that time, we hadn't evaluated what we were going to do with it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Does that wrap up or Dr. Beaver, any other?
Nope, that concludes my report.
Dr. Walters, any report from the member at large?
No report.
And any report from the public member?
No report.
And moving on to legal counsel.
Yeah,
Resner.
nothing substantive for me. The one thing I'd mention that it's kind of an interesting development in the law. I was aware of some of these cases, but I was at a conference last week, and there's a presentation on case law that deals with speech versus conduct incidental to speech. And the U.S. Supreme Court has granted review. It relates to a Colorado case where someone challenged the state's prohibition on conversion therapy. And the question is whether or not that's conduct incidental to speech or a free speech issue. And it could have some implication for the optometry law. The extent of that, I don't know, but I wanted to make you aware of it, and I can send you some materials that kind of fleshes out that issue. But it could be coming, and it could impact advertising, holding out as an optometrist. Could have a profound impact on optometry law as we know it. So I'll send you all the materials that I have, and we're probably looking at a year or two before there's any development, but at least it's something for you to be aware of.
I had a question for Tim under the legal counsel report. My understanding is we currently offer a national board certification to all U.S. licensed ODs. We currently do not require that that is reported to Jan or reported to the state as a qualification. And is that something we want to discuss as a board to consider as a policy or regulation?
I'm not sure I understood that. A national report?
Meaning there is maybe in the last decade, a new certification that's a board certification that is not required by the state of Kansas, but practitioners can take the test to become board certified. Yet if Kansas doctors have done that, the board is not aware of that certification. And I'm asking this question because of advertising, and advertising a specialty, and advertising that you're board certified. And again, is it their job to find out if they're board certified, or is it my job to go out and find out if they're board certified?
Can I make a comment? Years ago, one of the things the board said, if you're going to say you're board certified, you have to tell what board certified you. So if the AOA board certified by the AOA, and they could use it, and that was years ago.
Yeah, you're kind of getting into a commercial speech type of an issue there. I need to revisit our advertising regs to run that through. I mean, my thought would be, I mean, that's it'd be truthful. There could be a partial disclosure, which could be misleading, but I mean, if you're truly certified in that regard, I'm not sure why you couldn't say that. But I can take a look at that. And
I guess the key, I'm not really concerned about the advertising part as much as the ability for the board to collect that information. Meaning, can we require licensees to report that information to the board? Do we need to require that? We also do not require them to report if they have a DEA license.
you could certainly ask on your renewal form or in whatever form you wanted to.
Does anyone know if your board certification expires? I'm not sure.
It does, because I chose not to renew mine 2 years ago.
I think my question is if, for advertising purposes, I'd understand like monitoring for that, but why would we want that information? What would we do with it?
Because possibly there are groups advertising that their group is board certified and touting they are, again, according to our statutes.
So it does go to that advertising point.
Yes.
Okay.
And so are we going to hold licensees that are being advertised as board certified and they do not carry a certificate? There's concerns there.
So are you saying, do we require it in advance versus checking on it after an advertisement to see if there's a concern? Like trying to be more proactive about keeping that information?
Yes.
Yeah, I follow you. I'll take a look at it. I mean, there's always going to be a line there between, can you restrict someone from communicating something that's truthful and black and white as opposed to, I'm the best OD in Kansas or, something along those lines, which
I think
is going to be puffery or something along those lines.
I think my bigger concern is you have a group of 8 optometrists and 4 are certified and 4 are not. But your website is touting that you're going to get an appointment with a board certified optometrist addressing that issue. All right, let's move along to the report of the executive officer, Ms. Marie.
Actually, we're going to change up. John Kirk is here from the Division of Budget to do budget training a little bit. So I figured when he got here that, and we're at a good point, that he can, so I thought I put him down here. Yeah. Budget process overview. So I'm going to turn it over to John Kirk.
Good morning. I'm John Kirk with the Division of Budget. I'm the budget analyst for the Board of Optometry. I work with Jan on preparing for her budget. Just going to talk a little bit about the budget process today. If you have any questions, please stop me or you can ask them afterwards. The handout's just kind of it's a document that's on our website that kind of just goes over the budget process. I'm not going to follow it exactly. If you have any questions, please let me know. So the new fiscal year begins July 1st of each year, and agents, that's kind of the beginning of the budget process, and it usually kind of ends in April or May when the legislature adjourns for the year. So it's kind of like I don't know, it's a never-ending process. So agencies with capital improvements, which optometry does not have them, usually submit their capital budget on July 1, and that's kind of the beginning of the budget process. August, the budget system opens up, and I work with Jan on inputting her numbers, getting the budget ready for the current fiscal year, and then the next 2 fiscal years. And then that's due to me on September 15th. We go through, we've got about 6 weeks to review the budget, and then I have to get Jan back our recommendations to her by November 10th. And typically there are no changes with smaller agencies like the Board of Optometry, but there are with your bigger ones, your ks.gov, your universities, those type of things. Jan has 10 days to appeal. She has till November 20th to appeal any decisions we made, and I don't think you've ever appealed anything. And then the governor comes in and makes her recommendations in December, and the budget's released in January to the legislature. The legislature then, in past years, has taken up her budget, used that as a starting point, and made their adjustments as is. The Senate would do their thing, and then the House would do their own budget. Then they would come together, reconcile the differences, and then vote on the final budget bill. It was a little bit different this year because they kind of did their own separate budget aside from, and they didn't use the governor's as a starting point. And then the budget bill was just passed last week, and then the governor has 10 days to sign the bill and veto any line items she wants to. I don't think there's any issues with your agency. That's just kind of a real quick snapshot picture of the budget. So, Jan, if I left anything out, or
In your folder, I put some more handouts on the budget that came from Amanda Process, who is our KLRD analyst, the Kansas Legislative Research Department analyst. She's the one that actually presents our budget to the legislature. And she couldn't be here today. She had a family emergency pop up. So I went ahead and printed out what she gave me. So if you have any questions about how it processes through the legislature, let me know and I will get with her, because he does the division of the budget process, and then it gets turned over in January to KLRD, who present it to.
we do the executive branch.
Yeah. So.
Question I have about the budget, and I think this is probably the area. So like with the computer upgrades, is that part of this budget or is that separate?
Okay, so with the new computer program, and I did verify this yesterday, the $900,000, that the cost of it will be covered by Spark funds and SGF. We will not have to pay that, but we will be responsible for the upkeep of the program itself, and that's an annual amount of like $20,000 a year, which is in the budget. I've been budgeting for it ever since they kind of announced that we were doing this, because I was never sure when it was going to go live, and I wanted to make sure we always had money in the budget for it.
Okay.
And the amount, the yearly amount, depends on how many licenses that we have. When they shot me the price, it was for 6 licenses, so you all could get into it, and I could get into it, and then the last talk I had is that maybe they wouldn't classify you needing an actual license, because I told them that I wanted you to look but not touch. So, but like I said, they were thinking that we might come in a little bit cheaper than that 20 grand a year. But that's what it amounts to, but it is in the budget.
Can you share with us in the future, maybe what are some possible red flags for our budget?
I think with most fee-funded agencies, the ending balance is usually kind of you don't want it to be too high, you don't want it to be too low. There's no perfect number. I think yours, I don't have any concerns with your fee fund balance right now. I think Jan does a pretty good job of budgeting. But I know some fee funds their balance is probably just a little too low. Some it's probably a little too high, and it's just kind of adjusting expenditures or fees too. But that's probably the main thing.
The legislature, they notice the fee fund balance, and they'll say, oh, your fee fund balance is too high. Maybe you should talk about reducing fees. but the last budget hearing I was in, they gave us kudos for not having to increase fees. And so
Any other questions? Well, thank you for joining us. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a break for 10 minutes. It's 10:55, so we'll resume at 11:05. 05, and we will resume the meeting with the report of the executive officer.
Okay, so first thing I have is the regulation review that is required by KSA 77-440. It is, the legislature a few years ago passed that all the regulations have to be reviewed every 5 years. And so they didn't get inundated with everybody's regs at one time. They parceled it out. We are due to have ours reviewed or sent in on July 1st, 2025. And so online, there is a spreadsheet that I created. Actually, I didn't create the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet came from KLRD. It's the spreadsheet they want back. I just went in and filled in the things, the columns that have, you know, to summarize the reg, what happens if the reg is not removed, that kind of thing. So if you guys could review it, send me any comments or whatever things that need to be changed so I can get it submitted in a timely fashion.
Do we need to submit,
No, it's actually on the board's website. That's something different.
do we need to submit the effects of the budget with these new reg?
No.
Okay, good.
No, I'm pretty sure no. No, because and I did it a while back, so I can't remember, but I remember it was like summarize the reg in 400 words or less, or 400 characters or less. Summarize what happens if you don't, you know, is the reg required? What happens if the reg goes away? Summarize it in like 400 characters or less. And so I went through all of the regs that they had listed and filled out the spreadsheet.
Would you like to give a date?
Huh?
When is your date that you'd like that submitted? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow. No, I'm assuming the board will have a Teams meeting before the exam to go over the exam stuff, so by then, provided that is before July 1. Just to review what's out there, make sure that it looks kosher for me to submit to KLRD and JCAR, and from what I'm hearing from other agencies that have gone through this process, they never hear anything back from JCAR. So that doesn't mean that we wouldn't be the first. Yeah, look to make sure that that everything sounds right. You know, I didn't abbreviate it or summarize it too much, and so. The next thing on my agenda, which we already talked about, was the ARBO on June 22nd through the 24th in Minneapolis. And so I've got a list of 4 people that need to, because it's out-of-state travel, I will need like your airline reservations and that, because I have to do what's basically a PO for the travel. It's called a travel authorization. And so I have to do that prior to the trip. And then with it being this close to year end, you probably will not see your pay or your reimbursement until July. But you are responsible for your hotel reservations, your airline, you know, however you get there. If you're planning on driving, it's the lesser of the driving, or the ticket, the lesser of the mode of travel. So if you decide to drive, then you're not going to get paid 67 cents a mile, clear up there and back. Unless you wanted to rent a car, and then that would probably.
So if classes start on Saturday at 1, is a Friday night hotel covered?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Friday night would be covered if you're planning on attending that on Saturday, which I would highly recommend it because it is Dale. Minneapolis. Okay, and so 4 of you, and maybe Callie will be attending. I'll get with Callie later to make sure if she can go or not. I am not planning on attending either. And then the trade name audit. Like I said, I have been working on it. I had it narrowed down to 3 different types. You can't find the spreadsheet I went looking for yesterday, couldn't find it. That it's the ones that have moved or added locations, that the location has not been approved. It's ones that have not, the trade name has not been approved, and then there's the ones with the MD, OD office type thing, not being set up or not on there. So then also, I just lost it.
And can you give us a rough estimate of how many are in each category?
There's like 5 or 6 of the MDOD, a couple, and I'm going by memory, a couple that just flat out have not been approved. And then there's a whole slew of ones that have open practices or changed locations. There's probably about 20 of those. And I'm going by what they have listed in the board's database versus what's on the trade name list.
And so previously, Tim and Ms. Murray took those cases and divvied them up among board members. And so then each of you would be assigned maybe a dozen to clean up. So I assume that might be on its way.
So does it matter who I give what?
I will leave that at your discretion.
Yeah, well, one of them sort of, it's still on the, it's been approved, it's still on the list because we were tentatively approved it, which,
I think what you'll find is these seem very straightforward, and as you dig deeper, the hole just keeps getting deeper and deeper. And so it may require more investigation than you realize. So.
and like I said, this is just the ones, and it's by whatever they had listed in the board's database. It's not saying I didn't go out online to see if, because some of them, yeah, I did when I couldn't find anybody practicing at that location that was on the trade name list, so I went out and looked, and it's like, okay, maybe they closed that location and opened up this other one in this other little town. Yeah, so it's a nightmare. Callie will have fun with it too, I'm sure.
We had a handful of trade name applications which never made it to a board meeting.
That they are on the list also.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are on the list. And because we skipped it earlier, can we go back up to that trade name?
Oh, sure.
While we're speaking of trade names?
So Dr. Beaver, we were waiting for your arrival to officially move into a trade name approval. And so this is for Dr. Heather Triggs for Crystal Vision and Wanamaker Drive, Topeka. Anyone have any questions about that location or trade name?
Right, right. It's just the consent to get the full board approval, because I've already kind of seen the approval.
So Dr. Beaver, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we officially accept Crystal Vision LLC as the trade name for this office.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
So this brings up a good thing, because I've kind of already approved it, but is there like something that I could send them saying that it's, the name has been approved contingent on full board approval instead of my standard? Is that something that you can help me write up, so for Callie, for the next one?
Yeah, I can, and I do think that should be something we're doing, so it's clear that it's not full approval, yeah.
So our motion has passed.
That's all I have, other than to tell you, in your little folders that I gave you is the regs that need to be updated. I kind of flipped them into 2 different groups. Ones that, when they were reviewing years ago, had no changes, so I thought we could get through those fairly quick and easy, and that way we could check them off the list. There's also clipped together or ones that have changes in them that we need to go over. And then you've got one that's called like Chapter 5, and those and updated regs to take and put in your notebook and take out Chapter 5 in your notebooks. Because something in that reg was updated that just got approved.
And so before we jump into regulation review, do we have any comments from the public at all? All right. So you said Article 5 is done. and
Article
accepted.
5 is just an updated one that, so you could put it in your notebook. I started these like in January to bring with me, and then we didn't have it in January, so. And I don't know if you want me to go up there and so we can put them on the screen, or.
I think that's a good place to start.
Okay. Would you like a copy? Thought I'd share.
Are you going to start with 65.5.8?
Yeah,
Let's
it's
go on top.
top.
Before we get started, Mr. Resner, can you do a quick review? Because this is becoming very apparent in our statute and regulation updates, but with defining the law's meaning of shall and may.
Yeah, shall is usually a mandatory requirement. May is permissive, although sometimes shall can be permissive depending on the context. It's
That's a
context
great
specific.
attorney answer for you.
I'm sorry, but that's what the case law says. But that's, I mean, for our purposes, I think you should consider shall to be a mandatory requirement.
Unless it means may.
Well, yeah, but ultimately, I mean, when you're as written, and then any amendments to your regulations, I mean, that should be in the back of your mind. The words mean what they say, and so if you're intending it to be a mandatory requirement, then be sure that it's written that way, and the context also supports that as well. Yeah, sorry for the flimsy answer.
And so just a quick review, with some of our presentation of information by the KOA to the legislature, they had a big issue with shalls and mays. And so that has been addressed.
So this is the first one, and like I said, when it was reviewed a few years ago by the current board at that time, they had whoever reviewed it had no changes to make, so I just want to make sure that that is still the case.
And my only concern, Tim, is do you think we need to be more detailed, or do you think this is sufficient for our needs? It's very vague.
Yeah, so one thing you're always going to find when you have someone apply for reinstatement is it's been typical in this area of the law that boards apply what are called the VACAS factors, which those factors are, the intent is to ascertain whether or not the applicant's been sufficiently rehabilitated to warrant reinstatement. You can leave that as your practice, looking at subsection B, for example, asking for evidence, the burden's on the applicant to present evidence satisfactory regarding their rehabilitation. I've seen some boards in that situation will send out a VACAS letter, and they'll lay out the 8 or so factors that get into whether or not they're rehabilitated. So the severity of the conduct, the age experience of the licensee when the issue occurred that warranted revocation, their present age and maturity, the demonstrated wrongfulness of their conduct, so on. You can simply treat that under B as the criteria you're going to evaluate, and I think you're going to find support in the law. Other boards have actually codified the VACAS factors in their regulations, and so that could be something you explore as well. One other comment, too, is this only applies to reinstatement of a revoked license. In the event you ever have a suspension, you could certainly extend this regulation to include someone who's been suspended as well.
This may be a nuance, but how does this change when it comes to HB 2066? So a license is revoked, they move out of state for 5 years, they're intentionally moving back to Kansas, do they qualify under HB 2066?
I don't think so. That's an interesting question, but I don't think so. I think by virtue of their previous license being revoked, you could apply this regulation without having influence from House Bill 2066.
Tim, what's the term you're saying? What factor?
VACAS,
How do you spell that?
VAKAS. It was a Board of Healing Arts case 30 or so
They
years
outlined
ago.
like specific.
Yeah. Yeah, it actually was the Kansas Supreme Court. It's a Kansas Supreme Court case, and they essentially recognize the legitimacy of factors that are used in attorney disbarment reinstatement cases.
Any questions or concerns with this regulation? I think it looks good. All right, let's move along. So that's 6558, thumbs up.
Yes. Yeah. So 65-5-9, the suspension, termination, or denial of license.
One comment or question I would have is, Janet, do you receive court orders regarding?
No, the only court orders or anything that I've seen is that it's come in off of a background check. If they're arrested after we've got they've gone through the background check with the wrap back. That's the only one I've ever seen it.
And so this is also a law that I believe was not initiated by optometrist or the board. So can we even make changes?
Yes. So there's a statute which applies. I forget exactly what it says, but essentially, if you have a licensee that has a rearage for child support, what's supposed to happen is the court is supposed to send a copy of an order of contempt for failure to pay child support to the licensing boards. In practice, I've never seen that happen before. Jan, it sounds like you've never seen it unless it shows up on some kind of arrest on the criminal report.
The only time.
What you could think about is, because it says here, perhaps it's broad enough. Says within 30 days after receipt of a court-ordered notice, not necessarily who, provides it. If the courts aren't doing it, then I think if the board would find it on its own, it's probably sufficient to invoke this procedure.
So my main complaint is that I think that the very first sentence needs an Oxford comma, which is maybe ridiculous, but we did get some regs returned to us last time for our punctuation. So I believe it should say suspension, comma, termination, comma, or denial of licensee's authority.
It all depends on who is reviewing it at the Department of Admin, because that would be something that he would catch and he would make his ad, the one that is currently doing it.
I would like the comma.
Would you like me to send it through the reg process just so you can put your comments in?
No, just
Good.
putting that out there. I'd like a red pen, please.
Yeah, I got my red pen, but yeah. That is something that when we're redoing these regs, things that were missed in previous regulation updates, we have been correcting those.
Jan, you ask a question along these lines on the application, don't you?
We ask if they've ever been convicted or have a felony, but I don't think we've actually asked this particular question. Something that we should add?
You can. I mean, that, if you're looking to sort of fill a gap between, what should occur and what isn't occurring, you could put the onus on the applicant to provide that information.
Okay, that's something that we could probably do when we get the update on the new program. Because that's one of the things that's coming is the online application process. And it'd be easier to do it then than try to do it now with the paper. Just trying to make my life easy, sorry. Or Callie's. Yeah. I mean, there are things that we need probably, and when we start looking at or when Callie starts looking at doing the applications for the new program, that's probably something you guys need to look at as to if she's asking the right questions. Some need to be added, taken away, whatever. That would be a good time to do it. The same with the application for the exam. Or maybe you could just do one application all in one. And are you applying for the exam? Or are you applying for the reciprocity? Because the questions are pretty much all the same. It's just whether or not at the top of it says exam or reciprocity. Yep. And so can I go move on to the next one? This one, I don't know if you need to clarify, because I want to say 1 year, and I have it in my notes somewhere in the office, that the board decided that if they had let their license go for longer than 5 years, they could come back as a reciprocity instead of this. But if they were gone less than 5 years, then they paid the reinstatement fee plus all of the renewal fees that they'd missed. I don't know if that's something that maybe they need to clarify in this reg.
I think the board itself may need a good definition between reinstatement and reciprocity, because there's also CE requirements that differ between the two.
Right.
So can you explain what a reinstatement is?
Okay, so a reinstatement is somebody that decided that they were moving or they were going to retire. Because the last one we had was a retire, and then he decided that he wanted to come out of retirement and get his license reinstated. And so he applied, filled out the application, submitted everything again. If I didn't, in less than 5 years, I still should have his original application on file. Over 5 years, it's been sent to state archives, which I think is the dividing line between the 5 years. So because he was within that time frame, he had to pay a $500 reinstatement fee, all of the renewal fees that he'd missed, and then take the law exam, because I think, and he could be reinstated, plus, and then to get his active license, he would need 48 hours in the last 2 years in malpractice insurance to have an active license. Because you could reinstate him as inactive, which inactive you don't need CE and you don't need the malpractice insurance.
So he only had to get 48 hours of education, not all 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And this particular person still has not sent me any money. Yep. I gave up. I emailed, I'll get right on that, but I haven't heard from him, so I'm assuming he's kind of let it drop. Because I can't tell him to. So, but it's like the reciprocity we had this morning. He let his license go in 2012. And his saving grace was that I had scanned in his file. The paper file itself was already sent to state archives. I had not sent the electronic files to state archives, which I think I did 2 days before he applied, had not gotten anything back from state archives saying that they were good to delete. And so I still had his original transcripts and stuff that you saw.
And can you tell us, Tim, why these are not considered reciprocities?
Well, I mean, part of it may be driven by the form they choose to fill out or how the board views the application. I mean, in the situation, he filled out a reciprocity application, right? And he based it off of his other licensure. I mean, you certainly could have viewed it as a reinstatement. I mean, it may not be equitable if he's obtaining CE in other states to, try to make that compatible to Kansas, but
Right, I was gonna say in that case.
Yeah, and we did have one a few years ago that he let his license go and then he wanted it back. So, and it was longer than the 5 years. And so he applied his reciprocity, but then when the board was talking to him, he had not been practicing optometry for the last 10 years. He'd been doing something else. And so the board told him he had to come in and take the full-blown exam because he had not been practicing.
I mean, the nugget there is probably, as you're doing your due diligence, just make sure you're satisfied that, regardless of what you call it, that you're satisfied regarding their qualifications and recent experience, CE, et cetera.
Any other concerns with 65.512?
That we need to make any updates to.
Sorry, just to clarify on that one, actually. So it says shall be required to pass the exam. Which exam? Or any exam? Or you get to decide?
Yeah, it doesn't say.
So it
It's, yeah.
it's the state law exam.
Yep. And that's usually what it is. The few that I've had, and I think in 14 years, I've had like 2 that have come back as a reinstatement. They just come into the office, took the law exam, and went on their merry way. And passed the exam too, I should say.
Sixty-five, 8.2. I don't know if we want to add something that says, the result of each procedure shall be recorded, commonly accepted measured units shall be used, and then D, with interpretation as necessary, or do we leave that up to the insurance company? And
I think this is probably an area in the future that we need to expand this one quite a bit.
tell me your train of thought.
My train of thought is, does this actually point out that it refers to who's administering the testing? Or is that assumed because we're dealing with a optometry law?
I would argue that as physicians, we are to interpret data, not
I-
to necessarily gather the data.
Teams, I just don't want it up there.
Ding.
Does that mean that we're on site to do it?
Oh, all these questions.
You're talking about in delegation situations. Yeah, I mean, I think you have to read this regulation along with your delegation statute as far as what you can and cannot delegate to.
I think it's a good
Systems.
question. I just think it falls under a different.
And that's why I'm asking, just,
I didn't want to have the
Did that answer your question?
question pop up.
well, it did, but I'm just, is it fine that they're separate, or do they need to be combined at some point?
Yeah. I mean, I think you could, if you're looking at a revision and you want to make sure that you're tying them to, you could certainly reference the statute.
Okay.
But, I mean, ultimately, I think the onus would fall on the optometrist to make sure that, delegation or not, they're meeting the requirements of this regulation. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just asking, in doing that, is this regulation too general? Or are there ways, either not today or in the near future, that we could improve upon this regulation.
That's a good point. I mean, there could be some arguments that you face in the future, some potential loopholes, depending on how well they speak to one another. Statute and this regulation.
I'm not really sure. I don't want to say the point of this as much as where does it belong? Does this belong in keeping accurate records? Does this belong in who is collecting the data?
And that's my question. I mean, because I think as standalone, it doesn't serve a lot of purpose as just standalone. But if you're saying reference it in the other areas, that's good. I'm just saying, as we review some of this things to modernize it, I think this is one of the areas that we ought to at least consider modernizing. Not necessarily today, but.
Do we want to come back to it then?
Yep, we can table 6582 and we'll flag that one. And then let's move on to 6511-1.
I think 65-11 is under advertising, is the header for it.
I actually had one on this, just because it's 2025, it lists all those things. Do we have to list things like email address and websites and Twitter handles? And it just says name, office numbers, phone number. And in a world of online stuff, do we have to highlight that? Or is that presumed to be inclusive?
No, you're right. I mean, it would be limited to what you find in the list there, and you're talking about subsection B.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be limited to what you find in the list there, so if you wanted to modernize it in that regard, that makes good sense. I mean, you would think that, you know, if Twitter handle, for example, or X, whatever they're calling it these days, you're going to find a name or a trade name in there likely to make the correlation, but
I just didn't know, that's why I thought I'd ask.
yeah, I mean, if you look down below, it's in 1992 vintage.
Can we give it a blanket, like digital contact?
Mm-hmm.
But then do we have to define digital contact later?
Put it in the definitions.
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly do that, or you could try to be more specific. And ultimately, it depends on how clear the intent is. There was a wrinkle in our lawsuit and appeal that finally resolved where the reviewing courts didn't believe that, you know, where the licensee was employed by a practice and, you know, adjacent to the optical and the optical's advertising, that the licensee wasn't responsible in that situation. That may be something you think about in the context of B, which creates a presumption that the licensee caused, allowed, permitted, approved, or sanctioned the advertisement.
It's interesting that it was an optical advertising for a doctor that's not associated with the optical.
Read the small print.
Yeah, it's a disclaimer.
right, let's move on to 6511-2. So although G is very straightforward, it seems that is also something that might need a few more statements to beef that up, as that was an issue in our latest hearing.
Yeah, you could see subsection B being implicated there as well. The disclaimer in that case was given great importance. But if you do get to the point with G, you may have the maintains an office standard may be adjusted in the future, which would change that meaning. There's also, I think, it's almost a little bit circular, that language, the clause of except as authorized by the Professional Corporation Act. I think sometimes that's a little bit unclear as to exactly what the intent is there.
I would probably like to add a statement as well, pertaining to my question earlier to the board that I presented, but the I says contains statements or claims of superiority over other licensed or other healthcare professionals. And maybe our next is in a more professional way, if you have initials after your name, you need to state where that accreditation is coming from. So for example, if you're an OD, ABOC, then it's listed, this is the recognized board certifying you.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's just something you have to be careful about, because if someone is being truthful in their advertising, to then say that that constitutes fraudulent advertisement could be a difficult issue. You have to think about, what is because you're talking about speech, and so what's the state interest as far as what you're attempting to preserve through that regulation or prohibition. Yeah.
That's a tricky one. Do you mean they were referring to the state licensure? Yeah. It's hard to get around ODs advertising a specialty or a focus. So I may table that one because it is linked to the maintains an office for practice of optometry, which will likely get redefined. And so we do this annually, Jan?
No.
I have seen this definition sheet in front of me 30 different times.
Yeah, but we have never processed it through, we have never sent it through the regulation update process.
Gotcha.
Why you're seeing it umpteen number of times. And it's, if you guys are fine with it, I'll get it started through the regulation process. I was always told to hold off, so I always did. I did what I was told, because
I just never know if I'm looking at the newest change, the oldest change.
this is the latest one that I have.
Okay.
Yeah. One thing you might think about too is, instead of trying to wordsmith these, just think about the policy. We can always come back and make sure the language we use is consistent with your intent.
Can you give me back up?
And I wasn't in on this previously, but now you're defining, if I'm looking at this correctly, a therapeutic contact lens versus a cosmetic contact lens. And you're eliminating a cosmetic contact lens from your statute? Isn't that how that reads?
I put my 2 cents worth in reading it, the whole thing, but then it says including Plano contact lenses after the cosmetic, so I'm thinking that they were thinking it was a duplicate.
I think we're trying to get away from saying any contacts are cosmetic, that they're all medical devices.
Yeah, and that's.
But I do think by eliminating it, it leaves kind of an open window in there.
This is why it never got sent through.
So if it were to say, design and determining the fit of any contact lens,
Tim, do we need to say including therapeutic, cosmetic, non-prescription?
Well, they're all prescription.
Determining the fit and therapeutic benefit of any contact lens? Is benefit the right word? Therapeutic condition? Therapeutic result?
if you took therapeutic out, you took benefit out, and just said the fit of any contact lens, doesn't that cover everything we want to cover?
I think the objection is you're not just determining whether or not it fits.
My objection is I don't want to say, well, it's not a therapeutic contact lens, it's a cosmetic one, so we can stock it at the local.
No.
Well, then you
No.
evaluated the
You-
therapeutic.
It's a federal law. You have to have a prescription for any contact lens, period.
Well, but we're not writing a federal statute, we're
Yeah,
still writing a
but-
state statute.
But it's a federal law.
Okay, well, we had some federal laws earlier that we thought trumped the state laws, and they didn't.
But the gas station that sells them, I get a phone call, writing them a letter saying saying they cannot sell those without a prescription.
I agree, but
But
we're changing it, so if we change it, does that make it more possible for them to do it? We're now excluding the word cosmetic out of it.
The federal contact lens rule does apply always. I mean, there's a preemption analysis that you go through between state and federal law. And it's clear in this case that the federal law is intended to regulate the field in this area. And so it would apply.
What's the problem with having therapeutic benefit in there?
I just don't know if it's actually necessary.
I don't know what that means, therapeutic benefit.
I think the reason that it's there is the sentence says you're defining a contact lens evaluation, right? So you're not just determining if the lens fits, you're also determining the benefit of wearing the lens.
What if the benefit's purely cosmetic?
Still therapeutic, right? I mean, that could be argued. I just don't know what the problem is about just as it stated, the therapeutic benefit is there, or lack thereof, but I don't think that needs to be specified.
I don't think I'd consider color contact a therapeutic benefit.
Well, then you can evaluate that it's not therapeutic by using contact lens evaluation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is there just a better word to describe it than therapeutic benefit? Determining the fit and health? Or determining the fit and?
Fit and function.
Function. Function.
Or we could just leave it.
You can leave it and save it for the next board.
No, not table it, but approve it.
This is why this reg is not anywhere. One of the reasons why. You're on the first page and there's like 4 pages.
So here, it looks like we will probably have to look into medical facility and medical care facility.
That was in another reg too that got approved, and D of A questioned why we had to have them both listed. I remember that. I don't remember the reg now, but it's one of the ones that we just did within the last year. Because that was his question. It's like, what's the difference between the two? And it's like, I don't know, they're both defined, so.
Yeah, they're defined by statute. Are those terms used somewhere in the regulations? I don't.
Yeah, there's one I'd have to look, because it's one that we just did within the last year.
Yeah, they're both used throughout.
I hate to cut this short, but lunch is going to be ready.
Let's go ahead and table definitions, and you guys can take a really detailed look at it and just maybe highlight any concerns you have that can be addressed. So let's break for lunch. It is 11:54, and we'll resume at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, yeah. And 1 o'clock, OITS will be here to do a presentation on cybersecurity.
Got a lot in it.
And we are going to begin with some cybersecurity training from OITS.
Hello. My name is Eric Tolbert. I am with the Kansas Information Security Officer, specifically Security Office, specifically the Cyber Preparedness and Collaboration Division. This is basically a basic cybersecurity overview of a lot of different areas, so we'll go ahead and get started unless there's any questions or panic attacks or anything like that right at the start. Okay. It'll be relatively painless, I guarantee it. If my clicker works. Let's start off with a little bit of level setting, the difference between information technology and cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, information technology is the technology that supports our business processes and all the things that you do as an agency that make your agency what it is. Cybersecurity is protecting those things from outside people who are not supposed to have access to those particular systems. So, we'll start off with a couple of trends. Fortinet, which is a firewall company, basically they did predictions for 2025, and I think you're going to see a theme here. One of them is advanced, advanced persistent threat. Has anybody here heard of an advanced persistent threat? Do you know what that is? That is basically when a bad actor gets into your system and just kind of hangs out in there for a while. Basically, some of these people can be in there for up to 200 to 300 to 400 days before somebody sees that they're in there. So I have a friend of mine, Dave Young, who's the executive director of the Kansas Fusion Center. They got some software several months ago, or over a period of years. He said most systems have been compromised or at least looked at by somebody. He got some new software. This is not secure information, but he said basically somebody's been into just about everything at some time, whether they knew it or not. And when you think about it, if the Department of Justice can get hacked, if the Federal Treasury Building can get hacked, if the Pentagon can get hacked, foreign nation actors and people like that are going to get into things that you're not going to want them into. But we're not really going to terrify you about that kind of stuff today. We're going to talk about the things that you can prevent and things that you just need to be aware of. Okay, so AI, you may have heard of generative AI. That's kind of the hot button topic. This is one of the themes that the companies are seeing is kind of makes an easy button for the cyber criminal. So you no longer have to know how to code. They no longer have to know the ins and outs of particular systems. They can just ask. There's basically a criminal version of AI they can just ask. WatchGuard is another IT company. Malicious AI, that's another thing. Basically AI, you're going to see this theme over and over and over. That's kind of the new hot button topic. Government technology, their top 10 cyber threats. AI, again, AI scams and social engineering, ransomware using AI, and AI security operations and automation. So you see, we'll talk a little bit about it a little bit later. What can cause vulnerabilities in your systems or in your processes? Number one, lack of security awareness training. I'm guessing that most people here are required to take the mandatory state training at least once a year for information security. That's a good start. Okay. Just kind of being aware of what's out there and aware of threats that may be coming at you. That's a good help. The statistic is from IBM, 95% of all successful cyber attacks are caused by human error. People is always going to be our biggest challenge, and making sure that people are aware of what's going on out in the world and being aware of how to think about and be careful about clicking on things. Don't click on things if you don't know where they come from. Unpatched and end-of-life systems. Okay, this is about old equipment or things that have not been patched. You may have heard, anybody here ever heard of a zero-day exploit? Okay, what that is a security vulnerability in a computer operating system. The reason they call it 0 day is because nobody's ever discovered it until a bad person finds it and exploits it. So that's one of the things you can't patch for, but once they do find that, they push out patches and operating systems. If you use Microsoft at home, you may be aware that sometimes your machine will apply an update and reboot, whether you want it to or not. That's their attempt to secure your systems against these type of things. Hopefully none of you have anything that looks like this at your house. Equipment's a little bit older. You can see one of the original Macs in this picture. The Internet of Things. you may or may not be aware of it, but a lot of things are coming now that are internet connected. And so what is that? Like, for instance, you might have a refrigerator that tells you when you're out of milk, and it emails an app on your phone. That's kind of the Internet of Things. You might have a stove that gets plugged in. How can this be a problem? There's a school system, district not in the state of Kansas. Their cafeteria ordered a new walk-in cooler. They put the cooler in. The person installing it was an HVAC technician that was not aware that it was Wi-Fi enabled and that it came with Wi-Fi turned on and with the default password. And so what happened is the bad actors got into it. It went ahead and connected to the school's free open Wi-Fi. Bad actors came into that system because they knew what the password was because it hadn't been changed. Nobody knew it had one. They got in laterally, came across into the school network and ransomware the school network. School said, that's okay, no problem, we'll just restore from backup. They found out sometimes what you get is a cascading impact error. They found out that nobody had been looking at their backup reports for 8 months and their backups had not been running. So not only did they have the ransomware problem, but they found out that all 8 months of their school year had been corrupted and was unusable. So that particular school system lost an entire semester's worth of all the student grades, all of their projects, all the information about that. And that was something that happened not because of the ransomware, but because somebody wasn't looking at the reports that said these backups aren't working. So sometimes things can cascade. Sometimes things you connect to your internet you're not aware of. If you haven't changed your home router passwords, it used to be that everybody came from, you got Cox or AT&T and they'd send you the equipment home, you plug it in and you play, not being aware that it had a default security password at your house. Nowadays, most of those come with a randomized password that's individual to your location. Still a good idea to change that kind of thing because you never know who's going to be circling around outside trying to use your Wi-Fi from somewhere in your neighborhood. Insider threats. These people all look like they're just working in a regular office. Maybe one of these people has just gotten fired for doing something they weren't supposed to be doing, and they've now sold their passwords to a bad actor on the dark web, and he just sold those passwords to somebody who got into their system. You can never tell, so you always want to be kind of looking at who's doing what. Are they doing? Do they look like they're doing something they shouldn't be doing? Is your IT department monitoring for things like that? Now, I'm assuming you guys are probably using OITS as your IT, or do you have actual third-party? The only employee, so you do all the IT work for? Okay, well, and that's fine. We talk to a lot of different agencies, and so some of them do some of their own stuff, some of them don't. So if you're paying on OITS, it's just a good idea for me to kind of level set and know where you're at. All right. Phishing. Anybody here ever heard of phishing? Probably have. You've taken the security training. Basically, phishing is an attempt to use via email, although nowadays they're also using SMS phishing. Phishing, which is voice or video phishing. And what this is an attempt to get you to do something through some method, an email or something, click on a link, give them some password information, do something like that. That's a very common thing. It's on the rise with AI helping them out, and we'll chat a little bit about that later. It's getting a lot easier, not getting as many misspelled words and things like that. Social engineering. That is basically me trying to figure out how to get you to do something for me that you're going to do because I'm helpful, you want to be helpful to me, or I just know how psychologically how it works. You might want to be missing out. Social engineering is the kind of thing where if you need a security badge to get into a secure location, and somebody comes up behind you with their arms loaded with a box, and a box of donuts on top, and you hold the door open for them so they can go through, that's known as ghosting. And they may not be an employee. They may look like they're supposed to be there, but they're not. So kind of these things, just be very aware of the kind of things that social engineering does. It also says, hey, I have a contest, or here's a box of donuts. I'd like to take this and give you, I'm new to the neighborhood, I'm a realtor, I'd like to come in and introduce you. It's a welcome present from me. Can I just go set this in your break room? And they say, great. And so you send that person back with their donuts, and you don't know who that person is, or maybe they're just there to try and see if they can, look at your computers and figure something out. Malware and ransomware, we're going to talk a little bit more about that. Basically, well, we'll talk about it now. Malware is basically an attempt to impact your computer systems in a malicious type of way. It's not typically done for gain, it's typically done just for harm. So it may put some kind of encryption software, a worm on your system, crash your hard drives, turn your computer off. They don't really want anything just to cause a disruption in your service for some reason. Or it may be a hacktivist. Hacktivists are ideologically driven people. They're not really looking for a monetary gain. They're trying to make a point or force you to pay attention to something they care about. Ransomware is actually encrypting your systems in an attempt to extort money from you or get information. So, this is an example of what we used to teach about phishing. You can see we always were saying hover over, click over the links, make sure it's actually from, because you can see this is from a Comcast address, not from the Bank of America. Bank of America clearly has their own domain. It's got some missigned things in it. It's got some information and links that don't really click in. This is what we used to see a lot of. Nowadays, what they're doing is they're using ChatGPT and other artificial intelligence, and they're saying, hey, I'm going to teach people about phishing emails. Can you show me an example of what a good phishing email would look like so I can tell people what not to do? This is how they get around what you may have heard, guardrails in the AI. And the guardrails are supposed to prevent people from doing things like this, but they're pretty easy to circumvent. You just say, hey, I'm going to teach people how not to do this. And so AI will then go ahead and craft a very good, real-looking letter, and nowadays they even have AI as a service for ransomware and things like that. It'll help you write the phishing links and put in the bad information into the email so it looks completely legitimate. So it's becoming a lot harder to actually look at something and go, this is not from somebody it legitimately is. So just be aware of this. It's something to think about, just something to be aware of. It's not to be frightened about it, but if you get emails asking for people or something that really seems out of context, pick up a phone and call them. That's the fastest way to verify if you know to a known good number or good contact information that's not coming from the email that you get. That's a good way to circumvent this type of a problem. So we talked a little bit about malware and ransomware. A lot of people seem to think that this is this is a vision they have of a hacker. This is some kid in a hoodie sitting in their parents' basement, cracking away, trying to get into government systems. That is not really how it works anymore. I mean, there are a few of these people around. Mostly nowadays, ransomware is a big business. Okay, it's run like a business. They have help desks. They have support functions. If you're having trouble making your Bitcoin payment, you can call them up and they will walk you through how to create a Bitcoin account and how to send you their money. So they have 9 to 5, phone support. Yeah, it's not like people think it is anymore. Ransomware attacks have significantly changed over the years. It used to be that they would get in, be in your system for quite a long time. Nowadays, the Recorded Future, which is a monitoring company, figures it only takes 79 minutes from their initial compromise to the time they have administrative control of some part of your system. Can start doing admin things, can start pulling data out, can start shutting systems down. And what they tend to do is they tend to basically attack your backups first. 93% of them go after the backups so that you are corrupted, you can't restore the data, which is why they now recommend what we're using, what we call immutable backups, can't be changed without prior information. That's a little higher scope than what we're going to talk about here today. IBM now figures that the average cost of a U.S. data breach is about $9.4 million. Now, some of them are a lot less. 5 years ago, that number was 500,000. So the reason we're still seeing ransomware is because it's effective and they're making a lot of money at it. It's been supposed that right now ransomware and cyber incidents actually make more money for criminal enterprises than all of the illegal drugs sold across the world. I mean, we're talking trillions of dollars. Impersonation of vendors. This is something, if you deal with outside vendors, you may be expecting to see an invoice or something. Now with generative AI, or it used to be, I've seen a example by a person where they could take a website, clone the website, basically make a few changes. It took them about an hour to basically stand up a new website that looked exactly like the website of the vendor they thought they were going to. With AI, this is literally done now in minutes. So they can literally create something that looks exactly like what you think you're looking at. They can change a few links in there to go to some place that looks normal but is not, and stand that up and pretend to be somebody they're not. So if you get something, a request from a vendor that seems unusual, it's out of context, it's not in the right cycle. Same thing, I think, with domain invoices for fake payments. Maybe you get your invoice cycle, you usually get them the last week of the month. You see an invoice from somebody come in the second week of the month. Why are they doing that? What's different about that? Is that a normal situation? Is it something you're expecting to see? Again, we recommend you pick up a phone and call them and find out if that's a legitimate thing. We had one situation we heard about, a bank teller had an invoice come to, not a teller, an accounts receivable for a bank, usually to wire transfers for a particular company. They almost always did these very large wire transfers at the end of the month. We had one come in, I think it was on the 12th of the month. They called the company and said, hey, this is weird, you usually do all this at the end. The company said, we didn't ask for that. So it was actually a bad actor who got in, requested like $14 million in payment. They probably would have paid it if that person in that accounts receivable department had not noticed the timing was off. Potential payroll redirects. This is if your HR department gets a request to, hey, I've moved, I just changed my bank account information, could you now send my paychecks to this place? Let's confirm that that actually happened, because what it can happen is a bad actor can hack somebody's account, impersonate them, send a request to the HR department, have the routing information changed to their bank account. Those payroll checks start going into that account. That person doesn't even know that happened until they don't get paid. Things start to bounce, then they find out that they've had this kind of problem. So it's good to put checks and balances in all along the payment process to make sure that things are verified by more than just one person and more than just an email requesting that it happen. We already touched a little bit on insider threats and advanced persistent threats. Deep fakes. This is another thing. Basically, what is a deep fake? Everybody seen all the fun dancing videos? Basically, a deep fake is a photo, a video, or an audio track usually using artificial intelligence created now to impersonate or create something that didn't exist for someone that didn't authorize it to be done. So right here we have a picture on the right-hand side of your screen. You see a gentleman in glasses. And on the left hand we have another gentleman who is not in glasses, who thinks that the person on the right might be a deep fake, the one in glasses. Okay, I have one there. Anybody think the person on the left might be a deep fake? One there. Two. Okay. Three. All right. We have some who are just playing the game, not playing. All right. The person with the glasses is the deep fake. The other one's just a guy who doesn't take very good selfies. Okay. But if you look closely at the person with the glasses, you can see where his glasses meet his eyeballs. There's some shift in that. He's got some hair sticking up that's not really hair. It's a kind of a glitch in the matrix, if you will. These are the kind of things that used to be, you could see these very well. With the new generative AI, these are getting a lot harder to tell. So, but it's just kind of thing to be aware. If you're seeing information come out of just only one location, if it's a Facebook post or something on X, formerly known as Twitter or whatever they used to call it, you might want to verify and see if that's actually something that's happening. Go to several different places and kind of source your information. Because nowadays a lot of things are very easily faked, very easily created, and they will put them up and you have no idea that they're not real and the person didn't say that. Fake or not? There are some sites that you can go to. I don't have them up here, but they're around. You can run basically the URL through there, and it will go look for telltale signs of whether or not it is. A lot of times what you can look at, you look at unnatural facial mistakes. AI has a real problem with fingers and toes. So my brother's an artist, said so do people. He says, like, it's hard to draw hands, it's hard to draw horses. I don't know, I don't draw either one of them. But you'll look at a lot of, even now, AI has a lot of problems with fingers. You'll see people that maybe have 3 arms. You'll see they've got 7 or 12 fingers on one hand or no hands, So if you look for things like that, there are a lot of things sometimes that you can see. It's not perfect yet, but it's getting better. So is there a way to tell? It's always going to be kind of it depends. Some of them are getting very, very good to the point. And if it's somebody saying something that you think they might say, that's a lot harder to tell than if it's somebody saying something completely different. We actually have a video clip of Boris Yeltsin basically endorsing his opponent for an election. Probably not something he would have done. So that was fairly obvious. There's a video that was going around during the election cycle that had President Trump dancing with Kamala Harris. And we're pretty sure that they didn't like each other enough to do a ballroom dance together. So, but it looked pretty real. So, fun to play around with, but just, kind of be careful. Again, look at the source, look for blurring, weird things that happen. Sometimes the background's a glitch, you know, but sometimes that happens on regular photos and videos as well. So, generative AI, you may have heard of this. Generative AI basically is taking a model and using a lot of import sources that allow you to put a query to the model and respond in basically real speak, so to speak. You don't have to have complicated, you can ask it basically just kind of a question. AI has been around in one form or another since the 1950s. Okay? Most AI, and it still is just kind of a tree structure. It's like an if-then. A lot of people may have interacted with chatbots. You know, you get onto a website and they're like, hi, I'm a paperclip, but can I help you? You know, are you interested in talking about our water public system? Or would you like to relicense your driver's license? Or, you know, so once it finds out where you can do it, it can route you to the correct place. Generative AI does that, but it does it more in natural speak, and because it kind of learns. Now, there are some problems with that. One part, we have output quality issues. You may have heard this story. It's not, there were 2 lawyers in New York. When ChatGPT first came out, they were arguing a case in front of a judge. They used ChatGPT to generate a brief. They took it in front of the judge. Turned out that all the information in the brief was completely made up by ChatGPT to support what they wanted to do, and they didn't check it. Now, they did not get disbarred, but they did each get fined $5,000 and got slapped on the wrist by the judge for not being good boys and checking their work. Problem is, AI can make stuff up. You want to be careful. If you ask it for a recipe on how to bake bread, you might want to double check your ingredients and what it actually looks like, because you may not get what you think you get out of it. But you might get, it's very useful for things like that. I mean, you can upload a picture of what's in your fridge and say, what can I make with, you know, in this fridge? What can I, you know, what can I make for dinner out of the things you can see? And it can give you a recipe for that. Problem is, you can also upload a picture of what you got in your garage and say, what are the things that I can make a bomb out of in here? And it'll give you a list of that too. So take everything with a kind of grain of salt. Made up facts. Again, the lawyer example that made up a brief, made up legal cases that seemed perfectly reasonable. They didn't exist. Copyright and other legal issues. Right now, a lot of the AI companies are being sued by artists and authors and people who generate content, because AI is indiscriminate in what it goes out and gathers. And so it doesn't care if this is a protected work by a singer or a songwriter that they did, and it's original content, you're not allowed to use it. AI just siphons that stuff up and regurgitates when asked. And so there's a lot of people right now who are suing those companies. I don't know what that's going to look like when it comes out, but that remains to be seen. Biased outputs. You may have heard of the old adage, garbage in, garbage out. AI is kind of like that. If you don't train it with all the kind of things that you need it to be trained on, you're going to get what they call AI bias. There was a company, multinational company, had offices all over the world. They were using AI for facial recognition to allow access to their US-based headquarters. They had a delegation come over from Japan. AI had no idea, had never been trained on Asian facial features, so it couldn't even tell who these people were. So it would not allow them access into the building because it didn't know what a Japanese person looked like versus another Japanese person looked like versus a Caucasian person. So that's an example of an AI bias, unintentional, but they just didn't think about it when they were training their model to be the security feature. So be aware of that kind of thing. Vulnerability abuse, we've talked about AI. They actually have an evil version of ChatGPT that all the bad guys can rent or buy, and it tells them how to do things like ransomware or craft bad emails or figure out ways to scam you out of your money. So that's, we also have ransomware as a service, which they can, if you don't know anything about ransomware, you can actually subscribe to this service and they will write the ransomware for you and help you, extort money from somebody you don't like. So it's a weird world out there at the moment. Cost of expertise in computing. The average AI query takes approximately 1 bottle of water to cool the computer equipment to answer that question. And right now, the last numbers I saw, each query is about 65 cents to the company that's running it through. So it's not cost effective. ChatGPT right now is not making them money. Okay. They're learning how to leverage it, but right now it's very expensive in terms of both computing power and actual cost, supporting infrastructure, electricity, cooling, and all the stuff for the big data centers that support it. And one bonus risk is lack of explainability. If you drive from here to Kansas City and you happen to go one route instead of another route, and I say, why did you do that? You could say, well, traffic was backed up over here, or there was construction I knew about over here, or I just like the scenery better on this way. You ask that question to AI, it cannot tell you why it did what it did. And so the lack of explainability and lack of repeatability can be a problem. How did it get to the answer it got to? It doesn't know. It used a lot of inputs. It might even be accurate, but it can't tell you how it got there. So that's a problem. So I've terrified you a little bit. What can we do to make it better? Okay. We can follow some basic cyber hygiene type of policies and procedures. One, if you have a staff that's no longer with your organization, make sure that they get removed in a timely fashion. A lot of compromises come from people that have been gone for years. They leave the accounts out there. Somebody figures out how to get into it, and you've got a person that's in the system that legitimately was there a long time ago, but now you're not looking for that person to be doing anything, and they're doing stuff because it's not really them. So make sure that we remove accounts on a timely basis. Strong and complex passwords. Now, there's a little bit of a shift on how passwords, the theory behind passwords and how often you reuse them and what they look like is shifting now. It used to be, they were saying rotate them every 30 to 60 days. What they're finding out is passwords are so complex now and so many characters that people are writing them all down. You can't remember that many. So what they do recommend, and what we recommend, is that you use a password manager. Because I work for the state, I cannot say use this vendor or that vendor, but I have a link to a best practices top 10 kind of list out of PC Mag at the end of the event that shows you a little bit, and you can kind of compare and contrast. If you're not familiar, a password manager, think of it as kind of a vault for your passwords. You put the best ones will generate passwords based on a level of complexity that you suggest, and then you only have to remember a passphrase to get into the vault. It's not perfect, but it's probably a lot better than just using one password for everything. Fun quick quiz. Anybody here have any idea what the average American adult, how many passwords they interact with on a year? Anybody got a guess? Higher? Lower? The actual number is 177. If you think about it, that's things like, I'm going to go to Pizza Hut, I want a discount, so I'm using their app, and so I have to put in a password. I go to Amico, I use a password for theirs. I'm using my online banking, I'm doing this, that, and the other thing. Everything that you're interacting with wants a password from you. And what happens is, in a lot of cases, people say, I can't remember all that, so I'm going to reuse my password. Well, the bad guys know that that's human behavior. And so what happens is they'll take that password, if they can find one of those places that's not very secure, and they will attempt to use that across everything with your username and see if you repeated it. That's how they get into bank accounts, things like that, so easy, because you're using the same thing for your bank account as you did for your Pizza Hut coupon. So, is it perfect? No, but they're a lot better than most. Rotations of passwords, this is when we're talking about forcing rotations. 30 days, way too short. Most people suggest you change your passwords at least yearly. But again, if you use a good password manager, it's probably not required as long as they're all unique to the sites. Privileges that are appropriate. Try to make sure that you don't have admin access on your laptops, your devices, so that anybody can do it. If you're at home, we highly recommend, if you have children, that you go ahead and use a guest account that has less privileges, so that your kids, when they're clicking all those things that seem fun, that might be spam, they're not actually infecting your main computer. They're only doing the guest part. Or their account does not have access to install software on your computer. So if you prevent that, then a lot of things that they're clicking on is trying to install malware on your computer won't install because it doesn't have the access rights to do that. So that's a good tip for at home as well. Routinely timely patching, that's the kind of thing we're talking about where Microsoft, they send out a patch and you're like, I'm going to defer. That can cause you some problems. They're putting that out for a reason. It makes things vulnerable. So if you have the option to patch or it says update your phone, that's why they send them out for those phone updates as well. They found some vulnerability. If you patch it, takes that away. So, multi-factor authentication, I know it's a pain. Okay, I get it. I use it. I would be a huge hypocrite if I stood up here and told you to use it and didn't myself, so I understand the pain of it. But about 95% of everything that'll ever be a problem for you, multi-factor authentication will fix. Okay? Not everything, but most of the time. And in IT and computing, we kind of use the broken windows theory. If you're not familiar with that, it comes out of basically came out of New York, but it's called Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. And what they say is basically you go into a neighborhood and it's got cracked windows in this house and that house has got peeling paint and there's an old junker car over here and a bunch of trash thrown around. Those people in that neighborhood don't care. Okay, so they're easy to break into. Now, you go over to another neighborhood and they've got high fences and all the, everything looks nice. I'm probably going to go to someplace else because that's too much of a hassle. Multi-factor authentication is like that. If you have it, it's more hassle for them to deal with, so they're just going to go on to the next person who doesn't have it on it. They're going to hack them instead of you. So don't hold me to that as 100% guaranteed, but it does help. And it's good to have backups. OITS will be backing up your board stuff, but at home, go ahead and back up things. And it's nice if you do that, make sure it's removed from the drive. Just don't back up to your local drive and think that that's good enough. Because if they can get to it, they'll corrupt it. Do you have an acceptable use policy for your board of what you can and can't do on your machines, on your equipment? Do you have a social media policy that says we're only going to, if somebody from the media comes to talk to me, we refer them to this person. This is our point of contact. We have one person designated as the person who's the contact for, interacting with the newsprint media. It's a good idea, something to think about, something to look at, because what you don't want is something happening, you're having a problem. It might not even be a cyber incident. Maybe it's just, you're having a bad day. We had an incident internally at the Information Security Office. They were updating a patch on a switch. Something was not configured correctly, and it took our internal internet down for about 3 hours. Okay? It wasn't a cyber attack, it was just a mistake. Okay? But if somebody had gotten on social media and posted to their Facebook account that we're under attack, I can guarantee you CNN would have been calling our office within 5 minutes. Okay? And that would have been a much bigger problem than just not having internet for a few hours. Okay? So social media policy is a good thing to look at. Should have a policy on bring your own devices. What can you hook into your networks? Are you allowed to bring a tablet and hook it in? If so, what's the IT policy around that? Do they monitor that? Or can anybody just walk right up and use your stuff? Internet of Things, we talked about that a little bit. What's connected? What isn't? Is it secured if you change the default passwords? Communications plan. Who here actually has a list of phone numbers that are not in your phone? Have you memorized all of your contacts that you can get a hold of them if you can't get to your phone? Because if you're like me nowadays, I know my wife's number, because I better know that one. I know mine. And I know my home phone number from 1968, because those we used to have to memorize. If you told me to call my children, I got 2 daughters, live in Kansas City, if I had to call them on the phone right now, you put a gun in my head, I could not do it. Okay? But what I can do is in my bag, in my pocket with my phone is a small printed list of all the important contacts that I have. So it's a good idea to have that printed out, periodically change that, and keep that with you in case you have someplace, you lose your phone, you need to call somebody, you still have a list. Same thing goes with vendors. Do you know who to contact if you don't have electronically? Do you have paper copies of things? I know during COVID, everybody kind of went paperless, and that was a really great thing. Except now, if it's all on your network and you can't get to the network for some reason, what do you do? So we highly recommend if you have forms that you use, if you have certain things, procedures and policies you have that you might need in case the internet was down or your computers are down, print off a copy, put it in a binder someplace that everybody knows where they can go find it, and that way if you need to make a copy, you can make a copy. Service level agreements. Does anybody here have vendor agreements? Does your board work with any kind of vendors or servicing contracts or any outside software? No? Then I guess we won't have to cover that. It's a good idea to know what's in it. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good. So, but some agencies handle all this kind of stuff themselves, or they have, certain contracts. Sometimes they don't know what's in them. And if you think you're going to get something restored in 4 hours and your contract says they'll do it in 2 days, that could be an issue. So, and this works at home too. Maybe you're a plumber. You think you've got a plumbing problem, and you think Bob's going to come over on a weekend. He's like, I don't do weekend work. It's best to know that if you have a problem before that. Okay. We do talk about what we call the continuity of operations plan. The agency board should have, that's usually the top 25% of processes that keep you doing what you're doing and how you do things. That's typically more related to physical interruptions. Okay, like, you know, if we have a snowstorm that shuts down the government for 2 days, what are we going to do about that? What does that look? What's our plan for that? Do we keep doing, you know, can we keep functioning as a board or an agency in that situation? What are our manual processes? What do we have an alternative place to go? The Technology and Cyber Resilience Program, that's something developed by the state of Kansas. That is basically where we suggest that you look at all of the processes that your organization functions with, and you go ahead and document all of those, and then you prioritize them based on how often you actually do those things. So, because typically what happens with cyber events is they tend to be going longer than a physical event. Snowstorm maybe take you out of a building for a little bit. Fire, longer. You know, cyber incident could be a very long time. It could be very catastrophic. So what do you do? When do you need to do it? Something, you know, if you have an annual report that's due in October and you have a problem in January, that's not nearly as big of a problem as if you have a problem in September. Yeah. So when you prioritize those things, you understand. Also, what that helps with is if somebody leaves the organization, they have institutional knowledge, and they walk out the door and you don't know what that person did or how they did it, then you've got some problems. And one of the things that I've noticed personally coming out of the private sector versus coming into the public is public sector can have vacancies in particular positions for a very long period of time compared to private. So you may have had, you know, Sue over here did this particular job for 30 years. Everybody thought she just sat over in the office and didn't do anything, but it turns out she did a lot of stuff. She just didn't write any of it down. She'd been doing it for so long, she was so good at it that she just, you know, she did it, and then she retired. Not looking at you, but, and then you find out, oh my goodness, Sue did all kinds of things and we don't know how to do that. And she just went off to Cancun and we don't know how to get a hold of her, so now we're in trouble. So document all those kind of things beforehand and you won't run into those kind of problems. We also talk about things like impact analysis for your business products. In this case, would be what is the impact if we can't do this particular thing? And if we can't do that thing, how do we work around that? You know, we do a risk analysis. What's the likelihood of this thing happening? You know, the likelihood of a meteor coming through this roof and hitting me in the head, catastrophic if it happens. I mean, I'm probably dead at that point. The incident of that happening, the probability is almost nothing. So I'm not going to lose any sleep about it. I'm not going to even think about it. You know, same thing at your house. You're not thinking about something crashing through your roof. You know, just be aware it might be a possibility, nothing you can do about it. But power going out happens all the time. So that you can plan for. How do you mitigate the power going out? How do you assume that risk? Do I have a backup generator? Can I go to a neighbor's house? Do I go to a different city? Just things to think about as you're working through your processes. Disaster recovery plans, those are kind of a step-by-step instruction book that you could literally take to somebody and say, I don't know how to do this thing, but here's step-by-steps, hand it to them, and they can walk through it. It could be something as simple as picking up the mail. Like during COVID, we had procedures for that. They weren't delivering mail to a lot of offices, and you had to go pick it up. So you document that process. That way somebody new came in, you could do that. We can do the same thing with IT processes. Continuity planning processes, just kind of a reminder of how typically things work. Typically, you start with a risk assessment. What are the things that can impact what we do? You kind of conduct the business impact analysis. If we can't do these things, what does that look like? How much does that impact us? You develop a plan to work around those particular problems. We test and exercise those plans to see if we think they might work. And then we go ahead and review and revise, and this is a cycle that goes on and on and on. This never actually stops. Anytime a new change happens, you change the way you do something formally, you get a new software program, it's a good time to go back and review what your plans look like and make sure you don't make any updates or changes. We aren't going to cover cyber insurance because the state of Kansas is self-insured. That's not it. Just a little fun chart on how long does it take a hacker to actually get a brute force password. Basically, if you're using an 8-character password with just upper and lower cases, it takes them less than 30 seconds. If you're using a mixed password that has numbers upper lowercase, you know, 15 characters long, 12 million years. I'm going to be long dead and not care by the time they crack that one. So that's why it's good to use a password manager, because they can use the longer, more complex passwords you don't have to remember, and it Another thing, security training, you do go through some of that. We've talked about social engineering and phishing, all safe data handling. You know, if you're dealing with personally identifiable information, what are the things that are around that? And you've all probably had to take security training on that. I'm sure you deal with HIPAA regulations. So it's just a good idea to everybody have an idea of what you're working with, what are safe data handling practices, things to take into consideration. We heard about an incident, not fortunately again in the state of Kansas, but somebody neighboring state that we know. They had a situation where they had a hybrid schedule. The person was working from a home office, 2 or 3 days a week, like a lot of us do. Turned out he was working on doing medical coding. Okay, that was part of his job. His 5-year-old had a show and tell project, so unbeknownst to this person, went into his office, took some paper, did some pictures of dinosaurs, and took it to school for show and tell. So on the back of it was pictures of dinosaurs. On the other side was people's actual medical information that had now been exposed to a room full of 5-year-olds and their teacher. Never in a million years probably did that guy think that his kid was going to do that. But that actually constituted a data breach. And it wasn't an IT breach, it was a physical breach, because he didn't have his space secured and his kids were able to come in and out of the office. So think about things like that. We're looking at what are all the weird things that can happen and how do we make sure that doesn't happen to us so we don't get on the news. This probably, since you're using OITS, if you had some kind of IT problem or a incident, phishing, something like that, you would go ahead and report that to them. But actually, the state law says you report it to our office, the Kansas Information Security Office. If it's your public entity and you're tied into state systems, it's within 12 hours. If you have a vendor that supports you and they have a breach, they're supposed to notify us within 72. This is an actual state law. A lot of people are not aware of this. There's 2 ways to report. We have a phone number and we actually have a website. If you think you're having a cyber incident on the network, do not report this on that network using the website, okay? Because if the bad guys are on your network, it'll tip them off that you now know there's a problem. So call our phone line. The state is now running a 24/7, 365-day security operations center, so somebody will pick up, okay? And they'll call you right back, and so we'll call you. And the reason for this law is not to point fingers or point blame or do anything like that at all. We had a lot of cyber insurance companies saying, don't tell anybody we have a problem. And the state of Kansas needed to know. If you're tied into us, we need to know if there's a problem. So they created this law, and that's the reason for that. And so we'll never out you about anything about this to anybody else, but we might contact other organizations that might be using similar software, in this case it'd be OITS, and let them know that we're having a problem of this particular type, make sure everything's patched correctly, or here's how to get it. There is actually a definition of what is significant. It's on our website, and I think I have. If I don't have this, you can contact me and I can just send it to you, or you can just go to this link and it actually has an FAQ and describes exactly what is significant. We're not asking for a phishing email. If you get phished, and even if you clicked on the link, if it didn't cause any problems, we don't. It'd be nice if you let us know about it, but we're not going to require you to know about it. But if you click on a link and all of a sudden 14 computers go down, we want to know about that right away. And it's just to help you. Like I said, we will provide the link for the slide deck. All that's in there as well, clickable and all that. These are just some personal references, resources that you can use. There's a site called Have I Been Pwned? If you're curious to see if any of your emails or phone numbers have been in a data breach, you can put in an email into this site and it'll tell you any known breaches that it's aware of. I personally have a email address I've had for 25 years. I don't use it anymore. It's a Hotmail account. I put it in here just to see what was happening. It had been involved in 16 different data breaches over the last 10 years. So, because I used to use it for everything. I don't use it for anything now. Scam detector. This one's a nice website. Basically, if you go to that, you put into a URL from a website, and it'll give you a ranking on how legitimate it thinks that website is. Microsoft gets 100%. Capital Federal gets a 65, I think, so they could do a little work on theirs. My wife's actually in Arizona on vacation. She was trying to get onto something. We weren't sure about the site. I put it into here. Turned out that site had been up 29 years. They just weren't very good at updating it. So it had some old information on it. She was, couldn't get a hold of the people. But there's nothing wrong with the site. If the site's been around that long, it's probably fine. But again, this password managers, this is just a review, so you can kind of look at them, see maybe if any of these fit. There's some free ones in here. Some of them are worth what you pay for them. And general resources, this is our website at the KSO. We just have a list of, there's a lot of trainings that you can get for free. Cybersecurity training. CISA, which is the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, has a lot of free on-site things about security training and a lot of very specialized trainings as well. And these are, this is our website for our department. This is our monitored email box. If you have questions, you can just send it to ks.cybercollaboration@ks.gov. One of our staff members will take a look at whatever question you have, route it to the correct person to answer that, and we'll get back to you on that. Our department, we do things like these informational meetings. We can do tabletops. We can help you with putting you in touch. If you have questions, you also have available to you your ISOs, which is Information Security Office. I believe for your organization would be Nathan and Rocky. Yeah. And so if you have questions, they're happy to help you. And we work with them closely as well. So anything comes up and you're like, I don't know about this. I don't even know if it's an IT thing. Give them a call. We'll be happy to help you out. That's what we're here for. These are the training sites we were talking about. We've got the Federal Emergency Management Agency has a lot of very good training on incident response and just a lot of really interesting trainings in general. We have our regular resources. That is all I have for you at this time. Questions, concerns, panic attacks? Kind of. Yes. No, yes. I can to a certain extent. Okay. Justice is a completely separate, judicial is a completely separate branch of government. Okay. So, I mean, I know you're aware we have a legislative, a judicial, and executive. Okay. That's pretty basic. So KSO, the Kansas Information Security Office, is to the state as KDAM, the Kansas Department of Emergency Management. We're the digital version of KDAM. Okay. So if you have a physical problem, your emergency incident, that's the KDM guys. Cyber is us. Okay. OITS, the Office of Information Technology Services, is basically a state agency that provides services, IT services, to a lot of other state agencies in the executive branch. We don't have anything to do with judicial or legislative or the Secretary of State's office or the Attorney General's office. Those are the 5 elected type, and separations. So KSO is with but side to OITS. So we're kind of a branch organization off. We're IT-ish, but we're the security portion of all that. So we're basically, our job, our role is to help agencies be more secure. We're that cybersecurity portion of the information technology support. So our ISOs are the ones who can help with policies. They can help with the controls. They can help do risk assessments. A lot of the bigger executive agencies also have a CIO or Chief Information Officer, and they also report to Jeff Maxson at the KSO. Technically, Jeff is our state Chief Information Technology Officer. He's over all IT. Okay? And then KSO, John Godfrey, is our Chief Information Security Officer, and he's over all of the security portion of things. And they're the ones that suggest the policy that's ratified by our information technology committees, and then those policies are sent out statewide. Is that helpful? Well, is there a part that I'm not? I mean, it's kind of confusing, but okay. I'm off to the side a little bit. Like, think of it as the governor, Jeff Maxson, okay, and then all the people under Jeff, and then John Godfrey's a little bit over here, but still reports to Jeff, and then I'm down here. If the governor ever knows my name, I'm probably having a really bad day. So that's been my whole goal in government. I've only been in government 3 years. I don't want to, I mean, she seems like a nice woman. I don't want to meet her. Unless it's a signing. Sure. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to do that. And it's my understanding we are going to schedule a executive tabletop fairly soon, and that will be a executive session. So that, because there are things we're going to discuss in that we would not want to be out. So, did you have a question, sir? That's too bad. No, just kidding. Okay. So again, if we're having, anything we can do, I would like to leave you with this. Don't practice until you get it right. Practice until you never get it wrong. There's a difference. So hopefully this was informative. If you do have any questions come up, you all have my contact information, you have my business card. We're happy to help in any kind of way that we can. If you have questions, if you have people you think we ought to get in front of, you're like, oh, this organization probably could benefit from talking to you folks, we're happy to do that. That is what we do. This is my second full-time job, like I'm sure you're all very busy as well. My other full-time job is I'm the Disaster and Business Continuity Recovery Analyst for OITS. But this is my second daytime job, which is State Cyber Training and Exercise Officer. So this is primarily what I do.
So how far out, if we wanted to do a table exercise, would we need to give you notice for?
Well, probably it would be best for at least 2 to 3 weeks. Okay. And I will say right now that I am basically booked through April. Okay. And May is filling up rapidly.
And I knew that's why I asked how far out in advance.
We have days, it kind of depends on your flexibility as well. Because if you're, we have days like Fridays are almost always not scheduled for anything because nobody wants to do anything on Fridays. So if you're willing to do a 2-hour session on a Friday, well, I'm usually have pretty good availability there. Mondays are kind of the same way. Nobody wants to come back from a weekend because everybody's, all the things they should have done on Friday, they put off until Monday. And so then people get busy on Mondays. Yeah. So middle of the week's pretty good usually. Again, it's just a question of scheduling. So just let us know. We'll work around. If you give us a couple, 3 dates, we'll do the best we can to accommodate.
So to do a tabletop, you need a couple hours?
Typically, a minimum of 90 minutes would probably be best. 2 hours is usually, 90 minutes to 2 hours is usually a good starting point. And that's for kind of a basic, who here's ever been in a tabletop exercise? 1? Okay. 2? All right. A lot of people have not experienced tabletops, so we kind of have a tabletop light that we start with, kind of get you to understand what the concept is, work you through how the process works. It'll give you a chance to discuss your policies, your procedures, and the things that how you would react to a specific situation. And then, after you kind of go through that, you come back and you say, okay, we might want to improve on this, we might want to tweak this process a little bit. Then if you want, we can come back and do a more focused exercise on a particular thing you might want to test, rather than just trying to throw something out there and catch all. Because as you can imagine, with 3,600 political subdivisions asking us to do stuff, the higher level stuff is pretty generic. But we can craft more finely tuned stuff after you kind of get to a more mature sense of where you might want to be. And I don't know personally where your agency is at. You may be. We've noticed that a lot of the smaller agencies are in pretty good shape compared to, just because they have a lot fewer people, a lot less things to do, a lot less speed bumps, shall we say, to implementing certain types of policies and process. So, but it just kind of depends. So we're flexible and there's a lot of different things to test. All right, well, if there's no further questions, I do appreciate your time. I understand how busy everybody is, and we appreciate the ability to come here and chat with you about this kind of information. And again, if there's anything at all that we can help with, if you have any questions, it doesn't even have to be cyber related. We'll try to get it answered for you. So thank you very much. It's funny, I was giving a presentation similar to this last week, and while I was getting ready to do it, I got a notification on my phone that I had unpaid toll passes, and I was going to, no, I wasn't. I don't even know what Easy Pass is. It's not something I use, so. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a big popular thing right now all across a lot of states are running into this. I'm actually on a call once a week with 14 other states that we talk about this kind of stuff. And it's just a landslide of those type of emails. The other thing that I didn't mention, but you may run into is what they call SMS fatigue, where the bad guys will keep trying to send you a notification. You need to click on something to give them access to something. And you're like, no, I didn't do this. And finally, they go, oh man, stop. And you click yes. That's what they're trying to do. It's an automated process is trying to get you to click something you wouldn't normally click because you're just tired of hearing your phone ding. But it's not even a legitimate text. You got on a list someplace. So be aware of that kind of thing and just try not to randomly click things like my mother. I love her to death, but man, she clicks everything. Oh, it's going to speed up my computer? Click. Oh, wait, my computer's not got a problem? Click. Yeah. The only reason her computer still works is all the viruses fight each other. Thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate it. Again, if you have any questions at all, please just let us know. Thank you.
Well, get up and you're not going to bother me. Do whatever you need to do. Okay, sorry, I needed to try to get my notes here. So, overview here of COMA, the Open Meetings Act, and CORA, the Open Records Act. We start with the public policy of COMA. Really, any discussion of COMA has to start with that policy because it influences how you apply the law. The COMA, just like CORA, it's applied and construed liberally. Any exceptions are going to be strictly construed. That's the way the legislature has set up the scheme. And then we have part of the policy is any actions that would be taken to subvert the policy of openness would be considered contrary to public policy and will get the board in very big trouble. I've included below, because we're in Kansas, of course, we have to have a good Wizard of Oz quote from an appellate court that while you can be behind a curtain in Oz, you can't do so in Kansas because of COMA. We look at the elements of COMA. COMA contains broad language regarding the public bodies that are subject to COMA. For this board, it's pretty elementary. There's no question that the board is subject to COMA. For entities that may be a little bit more questionable, third parties, contractors, the courts and the Attorney General have put together legal tests to determine whether that entity is subject to COMA. An example would be, and we'll see it here, but on a contract basis, a hospital manager for a county, that's undoubtedly a governmental purpose. And there's an AG opinion I'll show you, or a court opinion that's identified that manager is subject to the COMA requirements, which may be a little bit of a surprise. There's a question that comes up very often about what constitutes a meeting under COMA. And there's a definition contained in statute, but contains 4 elements that need to be present in order for a meeting to occur or be occurring. You need a gathering or assembly, including in person or virtual. You need a majority of voting members, which we call a quorum. There have to be interactive communications, which that's really the source of a lot of the legal analysis on whether a meeting has occurred, defined as mutual or reciprocal exchange among members of a public body or agency. And then the purpose has to be to discuss the business or the affairs of the public body. A gathering or assembly, it used to be prior to an amendment in 1994 that non-in-person gatherings did not constitute a meeting under COMA. So, at that point in time, telephone calls, that type of communication would not have been subject or wouldn't constitute a meeting under COMA. There's a 1985 case that analyzed and found that informal gatherings, not intended to be a meeting, wouldn't be considered a meeting. That was changed in 1994 by the legislative amendment that I mentioned. Interactive communications element. We have the general definitional language from the previous slide. This language has become very important, as I mentioned, to address communications that may occur on a piecemeal basis, which the Attorney General and courts have found actually can constitute a meeting in certain situations. So an example of that, we have this AG opinion from 1998 that involved the Montgomery County Commission, their hope to gain a consensus on topics outside of a formal meeting. So we see here the chair of that body proposed to each of the members that let's telephone each other one by one to discuss your opinions on an issue, which the members had deemed to be too sensitive for a public meeting, and they couldn't find a justification to close out the meeting to discuss it. So that was their solution. The chair would then, once they've all had a chance to discuss, the chair would survey all of the members and figure out how we're going to vote on this topic. The AG opinion pretty easily found that constituted interactive communications under COMA, noting the 1994 amendment. Real time is no longer a requirement. Serial communications, that requirement had been met, where the other members are informed about other members' opinions, and they can use that to build consensus outside of a meeting. And so the conclusion was pretty easy that in that situation where we have a quorum participating in that kind of activity, it constitutes a meeting under COMA and was required to be, those communications were required to be open under the law. Similarly, we have a 2009 AG opinion addressed the Junction City's question about whether emails which copy members of the governing body could result in a meeting under COMA. The facts there involved a member of the governing body replying all to a constituent email on a certain topic, and of course then copies the other members on the reply all. The AG notes that if it's an isolated email, you wouldn't cross the threshold of what interactive communications are. However, if there's a subsequent email, if there are phone calls, text messages, whatever they may be, discussing that topic, then you would cross that threshold of what interactive communications are considered under the law. In that situation, you've probably seen it in emails. We'll include a do not reply all. That's your cue to please don't respond and don't interact regarding the subject matter. A good thing also is to blind copy all from staff or legal, all members, so that there's not the opportunity to reply all incidentally, which does happen from time to time. Along those lines, another good conduit is to utilize Jan or legal counsel to disseminate information. We're not subject to the COMA requirement. We don't add to the quorum, right? And so that's certainly an allowable thing. So it's these four elements. If these four elements are present, then, it is a. There is a requirement to provide notice to those requesting it. I don't know who those are in our situation. I assume the KOA is on the list.
KOA is on the list. It also has to be posted now on the Public Square website.
Okay.
Which I try to do.
Okay.
Minutes are also posted on the Public Square website once you've approved them.
There is that requirement to provide notice to those requesting. You don't necessarily have to provide the agenda, although that's common practice. You don't have to have an agenda for that matter. That's the only provision in the law, is that those requesting notice of a meeting of your body, you have to provide them notice. Does that address your question? Okay. Right, to provide notice of those requesting it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be the result if there's nobody on the list requesting notice of your meetings. Technically, under the law, you wouldn't be required to give notice to anyone. There's also, it's not clearly defined as to the amount of time that you have to provide in advance notice either. It's good practice, I think, to have the public participating and aware of what you're doing, and providing more notice, and we do that with more than adequate notice. But there's a question, especially in situations where you have a special meeting. If you're giving 24, 48 hours of notice, is that sufficient? Technically, under the law, it is, because there's no time requirement. Now, whether that's really effective to, open meetings and governance, that's, more of a policy issue for you all to evaluate. Any other questions on, yeah? There's a AG opinion on that very topic. If it happens, and it will happen, as long as you're not engaging in interactive communications with your board members, regarding the topic or something that would lead to board business, you're more than likely going to be fine. But if you're sitting there as a passive observer, say you're talking about some legal update or something else along those lines affecting the industry, likely not an issue. It's really focusing on, are you A, talking about board business, B, talking about a subject matter which could lead to future action by the board. In those situations, that type of interactive communication involving a quorum can get you into trouble. So moving on to the ability to close a meeting, that's something we do quite often, so you'll be familiar with it. But in statute, there are 15 justifications itemized that allow you to close a meeting. Some of the keys that I think we probably covered in some form or fashion, but you can't take binding action in closed session. You certainly can reach a consensus. You can gauge where other members may fall on a certain topic, but you can't have a motion, you can't have a second, you can't have a vote. If you do that, you're subverting the requirements of COMA. And for that reason, it's common to come out of session. It's nothing I've ever advised my boards or public bodies to do, but I've seen it done where you come out and you recite, no binding action was taken in our closed session. Not a requirement, but it communicates to the public that we're aware of our limitations and we're abiding by them. Two justifications listed on the screen that typically we're going to use to close up meetings. The first would be if you're ever reviewing personnel matters. That's a justification to go into closed session. You don't need an attorney or anyone else. The members can go by themselves. The second justification, very common for us, if you're ever seeking attorney-client privileged information, an opinion, or or you want to seek an opinion, that's another justification to close the meeting as well. Going on, these are the remaining justifications. I was thinking as the previous presenter was going, what justification would we use to go into executive session for the tabletop exercise? My assumption is it's probably number 12. We're going to be talking about security measures relating to the board or the board's information systems. And so I think that's likely the best fit. The legislature has spoken to the ability to close a meeting in certain other situations. The legal analysis is that, under COMA 75-4318G, which says that COMA doesn't apply if otherwise provided by law. And so there are certain situations that we use that may not fit within 1 through 15 of the justifications listed in statute. A good example would be when you go into closed session to review your exam questions. There's no nice fit in 1 through 15 relating to your exam questions, but it's certainly required by law to be confidential. Doesn't make practical sense to be discussing exam questions in open session where a candidate could sit there. The Open Records Act would say then if you discuss questions in open session, the document itself is an open record, and we can't have that. And so that's a situation where, outside of the 1 through 15, there are other justifications under the law that allow you to go into closed session. Another is a recent bill that was passed relating to the confidentiality of background check information from the KBI. That provision says that you have to review, discuss the background information in closed session. And so, while that doesn't exist in 1 through 15, it's otherwise provided by law, and that's another justification that you can use to recess into closed session. The formalities of the motion, the statute is explicit regarding what you need to address in your motion. And we usually check all those boxes in our motion, but it's I think a good reminder for you all. The motion is required to include the subject to be discussed during the closed session, the justification, either listed in the previous statute we looked at or the other justifications we have available to us, and then the time and the place at which the open meeting will resume. One common pitfall that I've seen with some of the other bodies that I advise is the justifications and the subject matter have to be different. I'll get motions that we want to recess into closed session to receive attorney-client privilege communication. The subject is attorney-client privilege communication. Well, that's two different things. So if you're recessing to talk about pending litigation, that's what you say. That would be the subject matter. If you're recessing to talk about statutes or regulations which relate to the practice of optometry, that's what you say. The justification needs to be different. The AG has also construed the statute 75-4319B to only allow for one justification. So if you would have multiple justifications for some reason, attorney-client privilege, confidential exam questions, you're going to need separate executive sessions. You can't combine them. So one justification is all you're allowed. That's what the law says. You can have two or more purposes, subject matters to discuss under one justification. So you get into a little bit of technicality, but that's the way the law is developed and what we have to abide by when we close up a meeting. I have a sample motion. This is typically what we check all these boxes regardless, but you move to recess the meeting to seek legal advice from the board's attorney. It's privilege under the attorney-client relationship. We're going to state the subject matter, such as talking about the optometry law statutes. We're going to say when the meeting's going to resume and where. When you have a hybrid meeting, I always suggest we state the physical location and also the virtual location as well. It's discretionary if you ever invite someone to attend the meeting. I don't think you have to do it if you're seeking attorney-client privileged advice. It's kind of implicit that I will be there. But if Jan will be invited, include that in your motion. Invite the board's executive director to attend. The key there is you can invite, non-members, non-attorneys in situations where they will aid the body in its discussion. You don't have to say that in your motion. Just be prepared if and when you do that to defend it if it were ever challenged. Nothing I've ever seen. I suppose it's possible. But that's a good thing to be aware of. One thing I wanted to mention is, and this hasn't really been an issue with this board, but I've seen it from time to time, and I've talked to other lawyers that are in similar practice situations as I am. If you're going to use the attorney-client justification, you need to be sure that you're either seeking legal advice or receiving legal advice. It's not a time or situation to cloak your discussion on policy in the privilege. It's not appropriate. It's very common. I've experienced it before, and I have to be the wet blanket to say, no, we can't talk about that issue. The law says you have to discuss it in open session. You really do need to focus on that justification and limit it to its purpose. It can easily get out of hand, but that's something to be aware of, that we're obviously no one's going to know about it but us. But in the event that someone decides to blow the whistle, I suppose it could be an issue at some point in time. Quick slide on best practices. Beware of a quorum, always. It can happen at lunch. Dr. Beaver mentioned the conference, social gathering. You can easily step over the line of interactive communications where a quorum is present, and we're talking about board business or something that could be board business at the future. Do not reply all. I try to always include that in my communication to all board members. That's a good thing to be aware of. If you ever cross that line, you probably will see me in an email from me to everyone saying, please don't email anymore on this topic, just to make sure we nip it in the bud. That one email, that one reply all is probably not a COMA violation. It's what happens after that, which could lead to a COMA violation that we need to be careful about. And then the last I suggest, there's formalities with the motion. It's probably something you're not going to sleep with and remember. So if you ever need help with the elements of a motion, just ask. That's a very common thing. Oh, you could argue that it is. I think I would tell you it's a matter of degree, and so, yeah. And it's hard to do. And I think it's very common. I've been in those situations where there's been a discussion about board business or something which could come up in the future, and it's just best to be aware of that. Be aware of who's present when you're having these conversations. And it's hard for you guys because there's only 5 of you. And so, if you have 3, that's where you are. You can't have those discussions. The law says they're supposed to be had in the open public forum. Any other COMA questions? I sent it to Jan. We can. So relevant to our presentations. Any other COMA questions? Okay, so we move on to the Open Records Act, CORA. Similar to COMA, you'd be surprised, there's a public policy that's listed in statute. Similar, that's the trigger for courts to broadly construe the policy of openness, narrowly construe any exceptions, exemptions under the law. Subsection B is interesting. It says that essentially CORA isn't required, or It doesn't require you to retain public records or authorize the discard of that. The board has a retention schedule. There's a separate law which addresses that. Also, CORA does not require the board to create records, whether that's based on data or other information the board may have. There is a little nuance there that, if, say you have data in some kind of a database and it's easily, you can easily produce a report based on that data, that can be considered an open record under CORA. But the general rule is we're not required to create records. It applies to records which exist. We have the definition of public agency. There's no question the board is a public agency and subject to CORA. There are potential issues regarding third parties the board may do business with from time to time and whether or not they're subject to CORA, but it's never a consideration for the board. CORA always applies based on a very simple definition. Two examples to flesh out in the event that third parties could be considered subject to CORA. I mentioned this earlier, but a Supreme Court case from 2018, I think this was Northwest Kansas. There was a not-for-profit entity managing a hospital on behalf of the county on a contract basis. It was led after competitive bidding. There was a lease for the property. The court easily found that the hospital manager in that situation was an instrumentality of the county for the purposes of CORA, and therefore their records were subject to an open records request under CORA. The converse to that, and I actually had this fight with somebody who made a complaint to the AG who administers CORA, enforces CORA. Similar situation involving an engineer firm. There's a AG opinion from '91 that involved a CPA firm that audited one or more state agencies under a legislative post audit. And the question was whether or not the CPA firm's working papers supporting the audit were subject to CORA. The AG's analysis was that in that situation, the firm is acting as an independent contractor. While they received funds for their work, they couldn't be construed as rising to the level of acting on behalf of the government or a governmental purpose. And so they found that requests for those records failed under CORA. We have a definition of public record under CORA, and that's always something that we need to look at. Really two things you analyze under CORA. Does the record itself fall under the definition of a public record? If yes, then you move on to, is there a potential exemption under the law which allows the board to not disclose a record? Kind of small, but essentially, broadly speaking, a public record is going to be anything that the board has in its possession, control, or custody, or anything that a member of the board has in their control, possession, or custody relating to the functions, activities, programs, or operations of the board. And so that's something always to be aware of. In your situation, especially, you'll be given investigative files from time to time. You'll create your own investigative materials. I would suggest it's a good practice that after you're finished with your investigation, turn everything over to Jan, and so that you don't have those records on your person. You certainly can keep them, but just know that if there's ever an open records request made and you have those documents, you're going to need to be searching your files, your emails, whatever you have that relates to the investigation. CORA, just like COMA, it contains an extensive list of exemptions. The exemptions are strictly construed. Whether or not to disclose when one of these exemptions applies is discretionary with the board. I think it really depends on the nature of the record and the practices of the board and how sensitive you may view the material. But some of the pertinent examples, number one, when there's a federal or state statute which deems records confidential, that's a justification not to produce. Attorney-client privilege records, number 9, testing exam materials, that's obviously a big one for the board, not subject to disclosure under CORA. Number 11, we will from time to time get requests for investigative materials. As through the adjudicative process. When a complaint is filed, there's an investigation all the way up to an evidentiary hearing. The board can justify not producing records under this exemption in the event that you would find it's going to bias or prejudice the evidentiary hearing or the board's role in the evidentiary hearing. But situations like that, there's typically a protective order in place for PHI, and so that's never going to be produced. The closer you get to the evidentiary hearing, I would suggest the rationale under 11 decreases. There's that type of a relationship as you get closer to the evidentiary hearing, because those hearings are required to be open under a different statute, under the Administrative Procedures Act. But nonetheless, that's an interesting one that we use from time to time. 14, correspondence between a public agency and private individual. That does come up from time to time. I don't think it's a very common one, and I've never advised a client to rely very heavily on 14. 20 is interesting, as far as, in the event that the board is working on a project, developing something, whether it's policy-based or otherwise, there is a grant of protection there that, before it materializes in an open meeting, notes, preliminary drafts, whatever it may be, you can refuse production under CORA in that situation. However, once it reaches an open meeting and you reference the document in an open meeting, that exception no longer applies. 25 is similar to the attorney-client privilege in some respects. Interestingly enough, it would, for those of you that investigate cases, your investigation, if it's intended to further potential disciplinary action, if you're providing it to me, whatever it may be, can also justify closure under 25. And then last, it's relevant, I think, for licensing boards. If you ever have information of a personal nature in a document, you can refuse disclosure on that basis. There's a little bit of a question as to, how you can rely on that. Licensure is a privilege, and so you give up some right of privacy in seeking licensure. But there's always going to be, some kind of a basis regarding personal type sensitive information. There are other statutes which may apply too that require redacting Social Security numbers and that type of thing, and it kind of works together with this exemption. And I thought I'd address some miscellaneous things that are kind of random in no particular order. Some states, their open records laws, Sunshine Acts, they limit who can request a record under Kansas law. That's not the case here. Anyone can make a request regardless of their citizenship or where they're located, or who they are for that matter. It could be a corporation. We cannot require a stated need or purpose for a request. There are going to be requests that you're curious about. What's the motivation behind it? The law doesn't allow you to ask for that. The agency can require a form, someone to fill out a form and verbalize precisely what they're looking at, put it in the format that you want to see. However, there's an AG opinion which says that once a request has been made, and it's technically a request under CORA, you can't then go back to the requester and say, fill out our form. They can do it, but you can't compel them to do it, as a condition precedent to producing records. There's a timing rule. Yeah, you can, well, it's common for agencies to have a form on their website, or if you call and ask, they'll have a form that they'll send you. But if they send you a letter, an email with a request in it, you cannot require them at that point to fill out the form. You can ask them to do it, but you can't say, I'm not giving you your records unless you fill out our form. Does that make sense?
Okay, so when I started, the board had a form out there, but it was just like name, and it didn't even actually say what they were wanting to request of, like a record for optometrists. It didn't ask that. It just asked, had them fill out saying yes, and they wanted to, but it didn't say what they wanted. So I kind of.
Yeah. And if they don't submit a written request, you can make them fill out your form. But if they submit a request via letter or email, you can't go back and make them fill out your form. Does that make sense? I mean, it's a fine distinction, but I mean, you see the level that some of this stuff has been boiled down to, and that's the result. There's a timing rule. It says act as soon as possible, but no later than the 3rd business day following receipt of a request. And at the very least, you need to acknowledge receipt of the request. You don't necessarily have to produce records within the 3-day time period. But if you don't produce within that time period, you need to provide some sort of explanation to the requester about it's going to take this long, because of these issues. It's an extensive request, whatever it may be, and then provide them some kind of an estimate of when you're going to produce records to them. Mentioned this earlier, exemptions are strictly construed, so always keep that in mind if you want to seek to prohibit records from being produced or exercise your discretion. And then last, the agency can, in the event that, you incur costs, staff time, I mean, you can get some voluminous type requests. You can require the requester to pay your actual costs in responding to the request, your actual costs in making copies if you're producing hard copies. I've never had a fight make it to this point, but there's always been a question of whether or not, in your situation where you have an attorney on a contract basis, whether you can charge for my time in the event that I'm involved in an open records request. I've always said yes, because I think that's the way the law would move, but I've never seen a definitive opinion on that subject.
So question, if we get an open records request for something that we have already sent to state archives, can we just refer them to state archives, or do we need to go to state archives and retrieve it ourselves to get it to them?
Yeah, I would think that, it's probably within your control, custody or control in that situation. So I would think you probably have to go to state archives to the point it's implicated, but that's a good question. I mean, you could also refer them to state archives, I suppose.
Because I was thinking once that's what state archives said, instead of keeping stuff, instead of sending it to state archives, send it, and that way when you get one, you can refer them to them and you don't have to mess with it.
Yeah.
So just curious if there was anything.
Yeah, I think I've had that issue come up with another board, and it wasn't a lot of records, and they just went ahead and pulled it from archives to produce. Other questions, comments, concerns? Okay.
That was fantastic. I wish we would have done it.
It's the most exciting part of the day.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break, and we'll resume at 2:44. Meeting with a presentation from Dr. Lozada.
To you today. The topics are going to be the National Board and ARBO. So I have to say that I've got a lot of conflicts of interest because I've been with National Board since 2019. I'm on the ARBO Board of Directors. And so what I want to do is I want to give you information. I don't want to get into a conflict of interest. So if there is something that can go down that road, I'll ask a question, but I'm not going to answer it. So you'll know when that happens. So just like the Kansas State Board of Optometry, it's not understood by most of the membership how it operates. And so that results in myths and complaints about this organization, this agency. And the same is true for the National Board. So when I was going to give my presentation, I said, well, what would you like to know? And the question that I got back is, what is going on with NBEO scores? And I just want you to know that's like a nationwide topic. That is a huge topic. So to give you a background, the 2024 Part 1 examination, there's 3 parts to our National Board, had a 66% pass rate. So 2 out of 3 people passed, 1 out of 3 failed. And because of the pass rate and the cost, the National Board is being pressured to pass more candidates and to lower the fee. There are even 2 states that are considering replacing Part 1 with the Optometry Examining Board of Canada. But is this a good idea? Question I'm not going to answer. Before we get into that, there's a few myths that I want to discuss and debunk. So the first one is that April candidates, the exam, and I'm addressing the presentation to legal counsel or the public member, because the rest of us who are licensed know these things, but I want you to get these little details. The test is given twice a year, April and I believe April and August. So April candidates have higher pass rates than those in August. And so there's a myth that the exam in August is more difficult. But why is there a grade difference? And the reason is better students who feel prepared take the exam when they have their first opportunity in April. Students who don't feel prepared, or students who have already failed, take the exam in August. And both of these result in a lower pass rate. So the myth that the exam in August is more difficult is not correct. It's the same exam, it's the group of people taking it that's different. There's a second myth that scores are decreasing because the test has become more difficult. At the 2024 Nashville meeting, Dr. Brett Foley, who's the psychometrician for National Board, gave a presentation analyzing Part 1 questions that had been consistently given for multiple years. So National Boards has a huge, huge database of questions. But year after year, some questions are repeated to test for consistency. And what he found is that those questions were answered at about the same rate year after year, and then they suddenly dropped in 2020, and they've stayed lower since then. So this is a trend that is in all standardized tests, not just graduate school, not just college, not just high school, not just junior high, but even elementary school. So then the question is, well, what's going on with this? And it's thought to be related that students are struggling with online learning during the pandemic. And this is just a repercussion. How long is it going to last? I originally thought it would be just those first-year optometry students who started in 2019. Now we're thinking it's going to affect some of the candidates in college who are going to apply to optometry schools, so we're not really sure how long it will last. So the myth that the test has become more difficult is also incorrect. Candidates who were educated during the pandemic are not performing as well as previous groups. There's a third myth that the National Board delayed reporting the scores in 2024, the new Part 3. So when the change was made to PEPS, the stakeholders were informed that candidates from August to November of 2024 would all get their scores released together in December so that there could be statistical analysis of all these test results. Somehow that got forgotten, and there began to be complaints the scores were not being released on time, but this is incorrect. The scores were released on time according to the schedule that was presented. So the fourth myth is that some of the PEP scores were held back, and that's actually not a myth. That is true. Not all the candidates were given their scores. Some of them were sent emails and asked to participate in a Zoom interview with National Board. These candidates were under investigation for a security incident resulting in those who were found to be involved to have their scores nullified, and they were given a 2-year ban from retaking the test. So what factors, so those are the 4 myths, 3 myths, actually one's true, please. It's Part 3, so it's a ban on Part 3. They've already passed, hopefully passed 1 and 2, but that's not always the case. So those are the myths that we talked about, but what are the factors affecting the scores? And the first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to give the board a test. It's a demonstration, so I'm going to give each of you a word, and I want you to tell me what it means. I'll start on my right. Aus. Aus. A-U-S. If you don't know what it means, that's okay. We'll go to the public member. No, you're going to be last because this will be too obvious. We'll go over here to legal counsel. Zug, Z-U-G. The answer that I was hoping for. Strand. Strand, but pronounced properly, Straunt. Hund, H-U-N-D-T. No. Bose, B-O-S-E. Public member gets the easiest one. Bier, B-I-E-R. Beer. Yeah, I had to be nice to the public member. So those were German words. How can you define a German word if that language was not part of your undergraduate program? So it was part of mine. I had to take German. But in a similar way, some optometry programs do not have the same standards for the applied basic sciences, but that's what the Part 1 test is about. So here's an example. This past year, 2024, the Ohio State College of Optometry had a Part 1 pass rate of 94%, which is outstanding. The American University of Puerto Rico had a pass rate of 16%. If both programs had 100 candidates, 200 total, that would be 94 passing from Ohio State, 16 from Puerto Rico, 110 out of 200. That's a pass rate of 55%. Doesn't sound good. Is the question to ask, why is the pass rate 55%? Or is the question to ask, what's the difference in the two programs? Moment of silence there. who is more likely to voice complaints about the examinations? Candidates from programs with a high pass rate or from those with a low pass rate? So the irony is, I just updated this information. The 2023 test results were 92% for Ohio State, 18% for Pikeville. It still came out to 110 out of 200 would have passed. So some programs are not teaching applied basic sciences the way we may have remembered it. They're not emphasizing it. And that's what, again, what part one is about. So in the United States, it is standard along all health fields to teach and to test applied basic science. But applied basic science is not tested in Canada. And so then the question comes up, is that why the exam is being promoted? Again, my bit of silence there. So to answer the question, what's going on for with national board scores? All of that is good information. Here is the bottom line. The most significant factor affecting declining national board pass rates is that the size of the applicant pool is the same while the number of entering slots grows. When I started optometry school, there were 14 programs. There were 1,136 slots for first-year students. Since then, there have been 9 new programs, adding 564 slots. That's a 50% increase. There is not a 50% increase in applicants. This fall, Detroit Mercy School of Optometry is going to open. There are 3 more schools on in the plans of opening. By 2027, it's possible that we're going to have 5 schools open in 10 years. So what is going on with national board scores? It's one sentence, but it encapsulates everything. There are more slots for the same number of applicants who had their education interrupted during the pandemic, and not all programs have the same teaching standards for what is being tested by the national boards. That is really the bottom line. Next question. What is going on with national board fees? That's another complaint. It's $1,600, certainly. There's a, right. You would think. You would think. So I'll put it to you this way. When I was a student, my optics teacher was an OD who had a PhD in optics. My anatomy teacher was an OD who had a PhD in anatomy. My pharmacology teacher was an OD who had a PhD in pharmacology. I realized that's not so common anymore. So there's not as many optometrists with PhDs who are in the teaching institutions. These are going to be general physics professors, general biology teachers, teaching ocular anatomy, and they might be from the main campus teaching invertebrate anatomy to undergraduates. And then now they've been tasked with teaching ocular anatomy. So that's another part of the issue. There's a lot of pressure on the programs that are having low pass rates. There's a lot of pressure on the organizations that are certifying them. And that's the issues. If these schools have such a low pass rate, they're on probation. So what's going to happen when the probation is over? Between ARBO, this is the National Board presentation. National Board is all by themselves. They That's not part of what they do. They're just a testing organization. Arbo, definitely yes. Correct. Yes. Yeah, so it's getting more disjointed. Is what it's. All right, so what's going on with national board fees? About 100,000 candidates take the medical board exam each year, and about 6,000 take national board. So developing a standardized, nationally recognized, legally defensible test is expensive, and the fees cannot be spread out among optometry candidates the way you can with medical. So if 100,000 candidates took the national board exam, it would cost about $16, as opposed to a little over $1,600. National board does not compromise testing standards. During the pandemic, the national board was asked to use remote online proctoring. What that means is the camera is on the computer and the person is taking their test. They refused. Some health professional organizations did make the change, and that resulted in their material appearing online in a very short period of time. So the organization that administers parts 1 and 2 for national board found that there was a 3% security incident rate at their testing centers. And the organizations that went to remote online proctoring had a 30% incident rate. So I wanted to do a little demonstration of what that looks like. Jan, can I have you stand at my computer? You did.
What am I doing?
Just stand there.
Okay.
And, yeah, just like that. So National Board actually had a picture of someone through a window, and a person was taking the exam, and there was somebody else like this manipulating the keyboard. And that's how the cheating was done. Thank you, Jan.
Yeah. And the person can be seen on camera.
Okay. So then the next thing is, why is there a 6-time limit? Repeatedly taking an examination is a security risk. And National Board had to put in a policy that if you pass the exam, you can't take it again. Again, one of those moments of silence. Research data from all types of tests across all fields has found that after 4 fails, the odds of passing an exam are in the single digits unless you have a remediation plan in place. So we could do the German vocabulary test again. We're going to get the same results unless you decide to learn German or there's some kind of German program for all of you. There is an appeal process. A candidate has to find a sponsor who will design a program for them before the 7th attempt. Not all candidates complete their remedial program. They fail a 7th time. So what is the record for failing part 1 with an eventual pass? Does anybody know? I mean, eventually you got to pass. What is the record? Nice number. $51. So why did National Board change Part 3? And it was because the regulatory boards wanted an examination more relevant to the current practice of optometry. Previous Part 3 was more about candidates' ability to gather data. And like the Kansas State Board exam, the new exam was about the ability to interpret data. So the new exam, the PEPS, has 4 skills to look at the eye, to visualize the eye, 1 skill to measure eye pressure. And those are considered crucial, so they're still on the exam. And they're in 2 of the 12 stations. The remaining 10 stations have a patient, a trained, standardized patient. The candidate's given a nearly complete medical record, and then they have to figure out what additional tests are required, the diagnosis, and the treatment plan. So it's like a real patient encounter, and that's why it's called PEPS, patient encounters and performance skills. And by the time a candidate gets their scores, each case has been touched by 194 individuals. So there's a lot going into it. So new news, on the 24th of January 2025, incorrect Part 2 scores were released. The error was corrected within 2 hours, and corrected scores were released. So just like the presentation earlier when you were asking about the difference between Otis and the email system and the judicial computer system, there's different systems at National Board, and data went from one system to another, got corrupted, and that was released before it was caught. That's what the error was. On March 7th, 2025, the province of Ontario announced that they're no longer going to accept National Board scores unless someone is currently registered. And they're only going to accept National Board scores from 2019 to 2025. March 14th, British Columbia followed suit. Their reasoning is that they say National Board and the Canadian exam are not equivalent. It's thought that this may be an attempt to save the Canadian examination because it's not financially stable and may go bankrupt. So National Board welcomes visitors anytime. Dr. Nagaraja went last August. Yeah. And if you go this year, it's going to be completely different because a new facility is being built. It's more than twice the size. Currently, they can only test 12 PEPS candidates at a time. They're going to have 24 test stations now, and then they can test laser and all the other tests at the same time. Registration was last week for the class of 2026. There's 1,836 people in that class. There's 1,900 slots were opened, over 900 registered in the first half hour. So it went well. Is there anything to clarify? If not, I'll move on to Arbo. Yeah. Yes. I can get an answer for you. No, but I can get an answer for you. Another question? Say that again? No. I mean, there was a fee increase of like $20, $25. There were 186 score changes out of 1,800. Nobody went from fail to pass. All 186 went from pass to fail. Yeah, 10% error. It was. So the part of the issue at National Board is that they have the registration software, they have the testing software now for PEPs. They have the software for Part 1 and Part 2. They've got all these different platforms. They're putting it into one big platform so that scores go directly to the reporting portion. That way you don't have the corruption possibility in the future. Yeah, that was a big problem. Do you want to know are you aware of what was done to try to remediate that? Okay. So all 186 were offered to retake the exam at no charge. All of them have been given the preparation materials that National Board has. They've all been given access to that. All of them were contacted right away. They all received personal contact, not an email, but phone call. I know that they've tried to give them as much support as they can, but what National Board has stated is, we've never done this for anybody who has not passed an examination. We've never had this kind of an error. So this is all new for them. And they're trying to be as generous as they can be with this group. But they still say, well, this is a group that did not pass the exam. No. Nothing was changed. The correct answers to the questions was already set. The passing score was already set. Not all questions make it. Some get tossed out. All of that, all of the background work was done. All of the scores, all of the exams were graded. All of the scores were recorded. And then the scores went from point A to point B. And that's where the problem happened. It's not a letter, it's a number. So they were given a number, and some of them got a number below 300, and some of them got above 300. 300 is the typically pass-fail. Yeah. Yeah. So the thing I'll say to you is that I consult with National Board, but they're not going to say everything to me. And the most that they said was that the data was corrupted. Yes. So I have to, so right here is where I have to start being real careful. It was a human error. Those individuals are doing something else. Going back to your question earlier, have there ever been lawsuits? Yes. And so that's why I'm real careful how I answer your question. But it was a human error. It was not data. It was not processing. It was not a methods. I haven't been told that. A lot of times there's information, because believe me, I send in questions. And sometimes I send a question in via email and I'll get an answer in an hour. And sometimes I get an answer the next week. And every time my answer is delayed, I know that I've asked a sensitive question and they have to figure out how they're going to answer. And that usually means that they speak to their legal counsel. Because it's only recently that they were willing to say that not everyone involved is working there. That was very recent that that came out. I mean, we assumed that, but they weren't stating that. Anything else with National Board? Okay. So ARBO, what is ARBO and why be a member? ARBO is a nonprofit organization founded in 1919. Membership consists of 62 regulatory boards, including Kansas. The boards are in Kansas, United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. In 1951, ARBO split off two committees. One committee is today known as National Board. The other committee is called ASCO, the Association of Schools and Colleges of Optometry. This is an organization that represents the education institutions. This is not an accrediting organization. So both of these organizations have their own staff, administration, and finances. ARBO has two programs that are part of it and administered by ARBO. One of them is OE Tracker, and the other one is COPE. So I always think of ARBO being here, National Board and ASCO being sister organizations, and then OE Tracker and COPE being below ARBO. There's a lot of abbreviations in optometry, and you just got 5 of them right there. Does everybody know what OE Tracker is? So it's a way of monitoring and keeping track of your continuing education. COPE is a program that certifies the CE. And so here's I've got a little better description. So what is ARBO, what is OE Tracker, and what is COPE? So licensing boards audit licensees, your organization, to make sure that they're in compliance with their CE requirements. OE Tracker keeps this for the agencies. So you can use, Jan can use this to audit the licensees. The licensees use it to keep track of where they are in their progress. But this isn't enough, and the agencies know this. So you also have to monitor that the licensees are getting quality continuing education. And it's COPE that does this. COPE is the organizations that make sure that the CE is of good quality and promotes better patient care and healthcare outcomes. Most importantly, COPE courses meet what's called substantive equivalency standards. And what that means is that a COPE course by an OD meets the CE requirements for medicine. And this is especially important to legislatures who can be assured that CE, that is COPE approved, is of the highest quality, especially in the era of scope expansion. So what does ARBO do? Its stated purpose is to represent and assist member licensing agencies in regulating optometry for the public welfare. And there's 5 ways that it does this. It provides continuing education and training for members to help you understand your role on an agency, on a board. One example is the Model Practice Act, which is an ARBO project that brought together all of the best practices from statutes primarily, for all other boards to utilize. ARBO is the conduit for regulatory information between different agencies. And an example of that is that this board currently uses something called a letter of concern, and we also have a telemedicine policy. Well, the letter of concern we borrowed from the Arizona board, and the telemedicine policy came from the Minnesota board. So ARBO serves to connect this information so that boards have less work to do. ARBO also has CE activities, and the biggest example is what's called the happy hour Zoom meetings. I don't know if any of you have participated in them. They're about every 2 months. Let's see, ARBO works to try to improve relationships with other organizations and solve problems that are common to all of the agencies. The example is that in Nashville last summer, member boards wanted ARBO to address telehealth regulation. And so ARBO started the telehealth task force. I'm on it. We're currently gathering best practices from member organizations, and we're going to share them in a report at the 2025 meeting. And so lastly, ARBO assists member boards through information sharing to increase your efficiency and decrease your costs. And we have 2 really good examples of that. One of them is OE Tracker, because before the board had to manually receive a fax and keep track of all the CE for all of the licensees in the state. Today, that's over 17,500 hours that have to be submitted, and they're not reviewed by the board, which is a good thing. OE Tracker does that. It used to be a real task to have to do that. That was before my time, so I'm glad for that. And if we didn't have OE Tracker, Kansas State Board would have raised their fees years ago because one person would not have been enough to go through 17,500 CE credits. The other is COPE. So Kansas board members had to approve CE classes. Don't have to do that anymore. So OE Tracker and COPE take care of a lot of what used to be the majority of board work. And then why do boards choose to be a member of ARBO? ARBO is the primary source of information for information on regulation. Only ARBO members are allowed to have members serve on ARBO committees. And there's 3 committees that are crucial. One of them is the COPE committee, the OE Tracker committee, and a committee I haven't mentioned yet called NBERC, which is the committee that audits the national boards. I've served on that, on NBERC, so if you want me to describe what it's like, I can at the end of the presentation. Only ARBO members can vote at the annual meeting. Members nominate and elect individuals to the board of directors, approve new programs, submit changes to existing programs. Yeah, this one's pretty important. ARBO members fill 4 of the 8 board of director positions on national board. So national board is in the spotlight all the time. 4 of the board of directors come from ARBO members. And that means that we have a lot of influence on the national board. Also, ACOE, that's the accrediting organization that you were asking about earlier. 2 members come from ARBO members. So 2 of you could be on ACOE. So recent news about ARBO, the province of British Columbia had stopped using OE Tracker, but licensees complained so much that they decided they're going to use it again. Province of Saskatchewan is in talks to start using OE Tracker, as is the state of Vermont. So this June is going to be ARBO's annual meeting in Minneapolis. All of you are invited to attend. You're also invited to join all of the ARBO happy hour Zoom meetings. If you're interested, the emails are sent to Jan, and then Jan can forward them on to you. That's all the information I have on ARBO. Do you have any questions? Sure. Mhm. Okay, that's one of those. No. No. So this is one of those where I can ask the question but not answer it for conflict of interest. So the reason for promoting the Canadian board exam is because it doesn't it doesn't test basic science. 2 states. That's a good opinion. It was with the super board. Yeah. So British Columbia is my one of my liaison agencies. And there was an audit of the dental board. The dental board was found to have some sort of problems. And then the province decided to put them all into one big organization. There are no ODs on the super board. There's 2 individuals. I've had a few emails with them. But I mean, they're getting emails from me. They're getting emails from the healing arts, from the dentists, from the nurses, from everybody. And they're very much overwhelmed. No, from what I understand, it wasn't done to save money. It was done more to, there might have been some conflicts of interest on the dental board. And so the idea was, well, maybe that's going on with all the boards. Let's just put them all together, one big organization. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Anything else that we want to wrap up?
I just have one quick question, and that is my applicant that won't have her, whatever, her clinical done by exam time. Can I tell her that she can take if we're only doing the written, can I tell her she can take it in October, or tell her she needs to get her butt in gear and get it done? Yeah.
Well, with the change that we made, are we not going to be
Because there won't be a clinical for,
the written tests at different times of year now?
Again, I don't think one decision
okay,
causes this cascade of a lot of other decisions. I think she needs to have a degree
okay.
in order to apply for a
Okay.
license.
So,
And
So we'll decide if we can do additional licensing exams when that comes up.
if she wants to go through an appeal process, she can begin that appeal process, and we will consider it on a case-by-case basis.
okay. So she can
But
go,
technically, she's not eligible to apply. Would you agree?
okay.
Has she submitted an application?
No, she just sent me an email wanting to know if she finished up like July 11th, if she could sit for the exam, even though that was, but then she said that she might be able to get it done quicker if she worked weekends to do it. Well, and, okay, and so if, and this is what we used to do in the old days, if she can get a letter from the school saying that she's graduated, would that work and suffice the transcript in case she can't get, the transcript won't be ready by exam time? Because we used to do that. I think St. Louis was always.
No.
St. Louis is always slow about getting transcripts, the final transcripts out. And so it was always a letter from them saying that, yes, this person has graduated. And then they would send me a transcript. It just wasn't the final one that had the degree confirmed. Does that make sense?
So I think my stance would be, if all of your ducks are not in a row, we have an appeal process. I think Tim would tell you, you have to fill out an application to start the appeal process. And if board members, I don't know if I can share why I'm so black and white on this, because we've gotten ourselves into some issues before by allowing others to have exceptions and others not.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I will be telling her correctly when I email her back later this week.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, just be careful not to issue an advisory opinion when you don't have an actual an application is an actual qualification criteria to sit for the
Okay.
exam. I mean, you could tell her, you don't believe she'll qualify based on that issue, but she can still submit an application if she wants to.
Okay.
Are we discussing at this time whether applicants will then have to wait until next July? Or is that something that we'll discuss when it comes about?
So I think we need to, see how the process goes. If we agree with what we did, are we going to change our mind in a year? But I don't think our standards for applying for a license will change.
No, but the dates, I mean, again, one of the reasons I think, one of the problems with having a clinical test is that if somebody, doesn't get the materials in by the deadline, they're sitting out an entire year, which is.
How it's been for 50 years.
Which is a problem.
Sure. And so at our last ARBO meeting, we did determine that MBEO, as a reciprocal opportunity for us, would actually take our questions for a state and clinical test at no charge, review them with their psychometrician, and then we would discuss them administering our test which is proctored, available in every state. So that is something that we have an opportunity to discuss and move forward with. So that is how I'm seeing that we're doing things in the future, but we have things in the statute that prevent that. We have a lot of things to kind of clean up before we get to that. And I'm open to comments if people have other opinions that we should change. I think one step at a time is my recommendation.
I'm not trying to be hard about it, but we're a board put forth, and there's a reason why we do a test once a year, because people graduate once a year. And I think when we try to make exceptions for every little thing, that's where we kind of become in trouble.
Well, I don't think what we're talking about is necessarily making an exception for this person. Well, okay. Actually, that's what I think we are talking about, which I'm actually more nervous about like taking the case-by-case basis. I would almost rather have a more, like, so my thought process, and I understand what you were saying now about step-by-step versus one at a time. If we're not going to have the in-person clinical exam, then that allows us to be more flexible in offering testing opportunities. And if we're getting rid of that for this year, I don't think, we're still following statute. And so I don't think offering it more than one time during the year would be against statute.
If I may, I think that it actually helps us hold the standard, because the reason that we've made exceptions is because the year penalty is too onerous. And so I think that we're better able to adhere to our own standards by being willing to administer the test throughout the year, whether it's 3, 6 months, whatever. We've made exceptions because the year penalty board members have felt is too strong.
I think we need to ask ourselves, why are licensees needing to take the test mid-year if they did not qualify for the July testing and they're not following under HB 2066 and they're not reciprocities? So that is the question I think you should ask.
Usually it's because they didn't pass boards initially and there was a delay.
So what you're saying, if I understand right, if this applicant wanted to come in because she's going to move to Kansas, she comes in under House Bill 2066, we give her the exam. Even because she doesn't qualify for reciprocity because she won't have 2 years.
She doesn't already have a license, so I don't think she would qualify under House Bill 2066.
But okay. I would say, but if she goes to another state and gets a license, then she has another license, because Missouri will give anybody a license anytime, I think.
Because if someone ends up, I understand what you're saying, I think, about like if they're failing a test and then they're having to retest. But if we're saying we're going to accept the board test and then they pass the board test, it doesn't seem necessary to additionally penalize them and make them wait another 8 months if they were able to pass it the second time at a later date.
Again, I just think this is a whole nother discussion that needs a whole nother motion and a lot more detail before. I don't think answering one, making a motion to pass to not take the clinical does not answer all of these other questions. And I think there's a lot more details involved before we jump into that. That's just where I would, there's too many little things along the way.
Okay, so
I'm not saying no, we can't do it. I'm just saying I think there needs to be more discussion before we make that decision.
So we're not deciding today whether or not additional tests will be administered throughout the year. I mean, the status quo is that they will not.
Correct.
But by eliminating the clinical portion, there's a possibility that that may change in the future.
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
I can tell you, when I was scanning in all of the application files in the board's office, I know there was one, I can't remember, it was 70s or 80s, that somebody requested that they have the exam in January, and the board complied with them and did a full-blown exam in January for this one particular person. I'm sure there were more than just the one, but one person had asked the board to do the exam or have the exam in January, and the board did it, so.
But as we're finding, previous board actions don't necessarily govern where we need to go forward.
I'm just saying it has been done in the past.
So we have an answer for that candidate, right? Just to make sure we have a clear answer. Dan, you know what your answer is for that candidate who is requesting information? Okay.
Anything else we want to wrap up? All right, so next meeting, currently on the agenda is July 11th through 12th. I think we can make that July 11th only. And I think you should be prepared for a long day. We usually wrap up around 3:30. I'm guessing it'll be closer to 5:30 or 6 if we have to discuss final scores on the same day.
Traditionally, I start the exam, the law exam at 8 in the Senate chambers. The board meeting starts at 8:30, but you can change it to 9 if you'd like. Everybody has rooms the night before. Yeah, the nights. Right, and your reservations have already been made, so everybody can come in the night of the 10th. So 8:30 is a good start time?
8:30 is good. Afternoon.
Yeah, traditionally 1 o'clock after lunch. Unless you get done really early in the morning and want to start them early. But usually, traditionally, it's been 1 o'clock. Is there a possibility of scheduling the tabletop exercise sometime in the future too with OITS, KISO, with Eric to do it? As he puts it, to have a bad day, to come in and the system's been hacked and whatever.
I don't think July is a good time to do that.
No, but I was thinking, and he said we could do it remote. He didn't like doing it remote, but we could do it remote via Teams. Because it is kind of a requirement with the continuity, the COOP plan requires you to do it, I think once a year, do an exercise. But,
Let me simmer on that one.
yeah,
I don't see it happening before the July meeting.
okay. And then
does it
I'm
take?
assuming,
90 minutes minimum.
that, if you're not engaged, don't engage, you won't get much about it. So he's thinking that in person would be better, but he could do a remote one. And then I'm assuming you all have a meeting, a Teams meeting sometime in May, June, to discuss the exam, once she gets all the questions and all of the answers. To discuss.
So I'll have Callie or Jan send out a doodle poll for
When
the
it gets
next.
closer to when you guys can do it. Okay. I'm just making sure I've got all my ducks in a row.
You're good. All right. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.